When Steve Callahan's boat sinks in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, he's stranded in a tiny life raft thousands of miles from land.
You're gonna die all alone in the middle of the ocean. I've no hope anymore.
For an incredible 76 days, he battles the sea.
Whether the shark eats me or not, I'm done.
Extreme hunger.
Your body starts eating its own muscle.
And his own mind.
Psychologically, mentally, I was just done.
In an epic fight to stay alive.
I just felt like I was totally doomed.
I'm here! Help!
29-year-old Bostonian Steve Callahan is halfway through the sailing trip of a lifetime.
I remember the first time I went out sailing. I loved the immediacy of it. You can go off and have an adventure.
He's already sailed from the USA to the Canary Islands and is now heading off on the 3,500-mile return leg back across the Atlantic to the Caribbean.
Testing.
I figured on the very outside it would be a month to get to the Caribbean, but I'd probably make it in a few weeks.
For Steve, the trip is an adventure and also a means of escape.
My life was in a bit of a shambles. My marriage had gone south and we had split up. There I was, ready for a new stage of my life.
Steve is hoping that isolation on the open seas in his self-built boat will help him leave a difficult year behind.
I was really on my own out there, which was fine. I didn't need people. I didn't really need the society so much. I pictured myself more as like a sea creature.
In Steve's first week at sea, weather conditions could hardly be better.
When I left the Canary Islands for a week, I had just the most idyllic sail. Everything was just beautiful, and I'd listen to my radio and play the boat like a drum. Do my exercise. I had this whole exercise routine on the boat. It just felt completely at home there.
But 800 miles and 1 week out into the mid-Atlantic, the weather begins to change.
The weather just started turning dirty. It was probably blowing 35 or so knots. And the waves started growing.
For an experienced sailor like Steve, it's nothing out of the ordinary.
I'd seen a lot worse weather before. And so I figured, well, it'll probably be a day or two and this will scoot by. And I wasn't worried. Everything was fine.
As night falls and the rough weather continues, Steve switches on the autopilot and beds down for the night.
People think that sailing is a very quiet undertaking. It's not. big waves are slamming against the side of the boat. You get this quite jerky motion, but I was still able to kind of lie down, and I was kind of half asleep. All of a sudden, there was this big bang on the side of the boat. There was just this huge flood of water immediately.
Steve has no idea what he's hit, but the boat's hull has been torn apart.
The water was rising very, very quickly.
Within seconds, the water is above his head.
I just thought, this boat is going to be underwater. I'm going right to the bottom.
Steve's boat is sinking. He knows he has seconds to get to the life raft up on deck.
So I yank on the line, and the line keeps coming out. No, nothing. It just didn't work at all. Finally, boom, it pops open.
Steve makes it to safety. But just as he's about to cut himself loose, a terrifying thought hits him.
With the equipment that's in the raft, I will not last very long at all.
Everything he needs to have any chance of survival is stowed deep inside the flooded boat.
It was essential that I go back on the boat and dive down and get equipment. Even though I realized that the boat could slip under the waves at any moment.
Against every instinct, he knows he has no option but to dive back down into the sinking boat.
So it was all dark in there, so I couldn't really see anything. I could feel the ditch kit. It was tied down. And I started cutting away.
Steve frees his emergency supply kit. But just as he makes it to the exit hatch,
The hatch slammed closed. The boat's covered with water. I'm going down. I thought that was it. If I don't get out of here right now, I am going to die. There's 100% certainty of that.
but just as Steve's lungs are about to burst, a huge wave breaks across the boat.
All of a sudden, there's air. It was a huge, huge relief.
With only seconds to spare, Steve escapes, clutching his vital emergency supplies.
I jumped into the raft and I saw that I was drifting away from the boat.
Steve can only watch as he drifts away from not just his boat, but also his dream.
I went drifting off into the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. It just was kind of devastating. first night, it blew hard, really cold and really wet and really scary. I was shivering a lot, and I was worried about dying of hypothermia. I might not make it till the morning.
Dawn breaks to reveal the true horror of Steve's situation. His boat is gone, and he is alone in the middle of the Atlantic.
I'm a long way away from anybody, and I'm in a very empty part of the ocean as well. I am just this teeny little thing surrounded by this immensity of sea. It was kind of overpowering.
Steve has no means of communication and knows that no one will be looking for him.
I told people at home, I gave them 5 or 6 weeks after I left the Canary Islands as being, you know, don't worry about me if I don't show up this time.
Steve calculates he's 1,000 miles from land and completely at the mercy of wind and currents as they push him further westwards, out into the ocean.
I was in a place where there was basically no shipping, and I really needed to get to the shipping lanes to have any chance of being picked up at all.
Steve estimates that the shipping lanes are 350 miles further west. But even if the winds still push him in the same direction, it will take him at least 2 weeks to get there. And he only has a tiny supply of emergency drinking water.
I was worried. I had 8 pints of water, which theoretically was good enough for maybe 8 days.
Without enough water, he has almost no chance of making the shipping lanes alive.
It's a great irony that the world's biggest desert actually is the ocean. You can't drink any of the water there. There's no shade, and my chances of survival were almost hopeless.
Along with a harpoon and a few other supplies he rescued from his boat, Steve discovers 3 emergency water purification kits, known as solar stills.
The solar stills that I had were created during the Second World War for downed pilots. I never knew anybody who'd actually used them before. I've got 8 pints of water. It's over 2 weeks before I reach the shipping lane. So the solar stills were absolutely critical to any long-term survival.
Steve fills the still with seawater, knowing that the heat of the sun should separate the salt from the water.
I'd have, half hour, I've got a whole bag of water. I kept trying them again and again and again.
Steve cannot figure out how the solar stills work.
It's seawater, it was just seawater, it just didn't work at all.
And now he faces his first full night adrift in the ocean.
I was desperately lonesome, and there was no part of this that was not kind of a hellish experience.
Steve knows that it's essential he solves his drinking water problem, and the storm gives him an idea.
I knew that most survivors had relied on collecting rainwater.
If Steve can use the raft's canopy to collect rainwater, he may have hit upon an answer.
It was pretty much like drinking somebody's vomit. It was just so awful, it was undrinkable.
The orange pigment from the canopy contaminates the water.
I decided I'm never going to drink the water off the canopy. It was just too dangerous.
Steve's quest to find solace out at sea has resulted in horrific isolation, and he can see no way out of his ordeal.
I wrote my own epitaph that day. My name is Stephen Callahan. I was shipwrecked at approximately this position. I am drifting in a 6-man raft. I'm doomed. I just felt like I was totally doomed.
The currents are pushing Steve westwards, towards the shipping lanes, his only chance of rescue. But he's over 2 weeks away, with only enough water to last him a few days.
It wasn't going to keep me alive very long. You know, I'm taking a little sip every now and then, hardly even swallowing it, really. It's just being more absorbed. I'm getting really thirsty.
Steve ekes out his supplies for a whole week, but knows his only hope are the solar stills. But first he must understand what he's doing wrong.
It was critical to figure out how to use these things. Just like go back just from square one and try to figure out how does this thing actually work.
It's a drastic step, but he decides to rip one of his 3 precious stills apart, in the hope that he can work out how to make them produce fresh water.
Right.
And it finally dawned on me, it had to be inflated just the right amount. To get the solar still to produce, I'm talking a spoonful of fresh water was like the hugest high I could possibly have.
Steve now has a tiny supply of water. But after 7 days at sea, he faces yet another problem. He's run out of food.
I was really hungry, just like really struck me how desperate I had become. There's no way I'm gonna live out here.
But just as Steve is beginning to think that the ocean is bereft of life,
Immediately, my heart kind of jumped in my throat. There are fish here. I knew right away that if I'm fishing with a spear in an inflated raft, I'm taking a big chance here. I kept trying and nothing would work. I just couldn't spear one. It was very frustrating.
Steve spends the whole day trying to catch fish. But just as he thinks he may finally succeed, the firing mechanism on his spear gun breaks.
Now, I don't have a range of 6 feet, possibly. I have a range of about 18 inches. I was really hungry. It just really struck me how desperate I had become at that point.
For days, Steve continues to try and catch fish, but to no avail.
In the physical sense, it was incredibly depressing. In terms of what I'd felt like I had done with my life, it was depressing. It was the most hellish time in my life.
All Steve's attempts to catch fish have failed, but if he gives up, he'll die of starvation.
I knew that this was not going to be easy. The fish has got to be right under the spear tip.
Yes!
By day 14, I've caught my first fish and I've produced water. So now, as long as the raft stays in one piece and I keep my act together, I might be able to live out here indefinitely.
For the first time in 14 days, Steve has a sense of hope. But the vast and deadly ocean is not about to let him rest.
All of a sudden, flop, 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 flop against the bottom of the raft in the middle of the night. It was like, what's going on? Boom! The whole raft's lifted up, just punched off the surface of the ocean. Whoa, what the hell was that?
A massive shark is attacking Steve's life raft.
It was gonna rip apart the raft. And then I'd be left in the water and forget it. Whether the shark eats me or not, I'm done. I was so freaked out about it, I thought for sure that was gonna be it. I was being attacked. This thing was really whacking away at the raft. Finally hit it a few times with a spear, and then it went away. There's a ship right there on the horizon right in front of me. And I thought, this is it.
I'm here!
After 15 days lost at sea, Steve has finally drifted into the shipping lanes.
Come here! Yeah! Come here!
And it's perfect conditions, it's fairly calm out, completely black night, perfect for flares.
Help! Help!
It looks like the ship's coming for me. It keeps steaming towards me, and I was convinced that it had seen me. And it was close enough I could smell the diesel in the air.
To Steve's utter elation, rescue has come at last.
Cheers!
and then just goes right by me. I'm sitting there rocking in its wake after it went by. I was most disappointed in myself because I knew that that was probably going to be the case with the ship. It's really, really hard to see something at sea, even if you know it's there and you're looking for it. So if you're not looking for it, it's really hard to be seen.
Steve is once again left alone in the ocean. But at least now, he has the real hope of being spotted by passing ships.
All the way around the clock, I would just give a really careful look all the way around the horizon. Every morning was a bit of hope, and then every afternoon was like the depths of fatigue and despair.
Over the next 10 days, Steve spots only a handful of ships. They all sail by.
I've seen ships, I've signaled them, nobody stops and picks me up.
Steve slowly begins to realize that the shipping lanes are just as empty as the rest of the ocean.
Having that whole fantasy blown to hell, basically, was definitively the hugest down.
After a month at sea, Steve has drifted right through the shipping lanes, unnoticed. And back home, nobody even knows he's missing.
So pulled with emotions. That was the first time I cried. It was like, this is the state of my life. What are you doing out here? My life just seemed completely and utterly as open and empty as the ocean.
Steve has drifted an epic 700 miles, but now faces a devastating new reality. His next chance of rescue won't come until he reaches the Caribbean, another 1,000 miles away.
At first, I never thought I'd even reach the shipping lanes. So thinking about getting all the way to the islands, which was, way beyond the shipping lanes, was not even conceivable to me.
But if Steve is going to survive, he knows there's no time for self-pity.
I was discovering I was way more resilient than I ever thought I could be. I'm on my own. Nobody's going to pick me up. I've got to reach the islands now. Count on yourself. Count on keeping your boat together and keep your act together and continuing your voyage.
Steve is still averaging 25 miles a day. But checking his charts again, a terrible thought dawns on him. If he drifts any further north, he'll miss the Caribbean completely and be swept back into the mid-Atlantic.
I would have been in a voyage of indeterminate length, years possible. I'd be a total disaster.
But conditions aboard the Raft are also placing Steve's survival in serious doubt.
The environment was just incredibly horrible. I could never stretch out straight in the raft, so I'd lie down kind of curled on my side, getting cramps in my legs, so I could sleep about an hour at a time. I started developing all these little saltwater sores. And you're sitting in a salt-encrusted environment, so you're having literally salt rubbed into the wounds 24/7.
Steve now drifts into tropical waters, and it's getting hotter. His body is desperate for more water than the 2 remaining solar stills can produce.
The dehydration is just agonizing. Dying to get a drop where, you know, I'm looking at the solar still and watching these drops come down in a spoonful of water. You know, if somebody come along and said, well, you got a choice, you can have this cup of water, but we have to take your hand for it, which do you want? I'd probably, honestly, I'd probably say, take the hand.
Steve is also increasingly ravaged with hunger.
I was starving all the time, and your body starts eating its own muscle. As a result, I was getting skinnier and more desperate. There's just this great emptiness that can never be filled up. I speared the Storado.
But just as he thinks he's landed a fish,
It went right through it, and the Dorado just busted the end of the spear off. And the Dorado just rolled over and ran along the bottom tubes. It was just like one of these, oh my God, moments. There was a horrible sound, and it was just like, all these bubbles coming out. And the thing just deflated really, really quickly.
the impaled fish has punctured the life raft. Steve is now sinking into the ocean.
And I knew I was in serious, serious trouble. Pretty short order. The whole bottom tube was completely deflated. It ripped a hole about that long in the tube. I thought that I could go indefinitely as long as the raft was in one piece, and now the raft isn't in one piece anymore. Maybe this is going to be the end of the line.
With the crucial bottom ring of his raft damaged, it is now too unstable for Steve to fish or collect water.
It was like I was walking in rubber quicksand. Plus, it's not really drifting very fast with the wind. So I'm not going to make it if I don't find a solution. I kept getting a repair on there, and I wound stuff around it really tight, and I'd pump it up. I kept doing it again and again and again for days.
Please. Oh.
It was really very depressing because I just didn't think that I could fix it.
Steve knows the punctured raft is a disaster. He's going slower, wasting precious calories pumping it up, and now faces an even bigger problem.
I started consuming both water and the fish that was hanging to dry. I was unable to renew that stock while the bottom was deflated. I imagine it wouldn't have been a whole lot longer before I would have died.
For 10 days, Steve exhausts himself trying to keep the raft inflated, but fails. After battling to stay alive for so long, it's the final straw.
I was absolutely beat. That was it. I gave up. I just laid down. I was like, I just totally broke down. You're gonna die all alone in the middle of the ocean. You've never done anything successful in your life. I only had failed marriage, failed relationships. I'd never really given enough of myself to anybody. I just wasted a life.
Starving, thirsty, and without hope, Steve feels that death is now a certainty.
And then I got scared. This is very real, and you're gonna be dead in a matter of hours if you don't snap out of it and get yourself together.
In a final act of desperation, Steve searches for anything that might save his life.
And it just, something happened, and it just clicked, and I go, oh yeah, the fork.
Steve hopes that a fork might just be strong enough to secure a patch to the raft.
Jump around and jump for joy or anything, but that was just like the hugest victory of my life.
But Steve's elation is short-lived. His supplies have virtually vanished. He's still hundreds of miles from land, and his body is desperately weak.
Well, yeah, I got out of that, but now what? I'm still doomed. There's a day off your life. There's another day off your life. I really didn't think I was gonna make it. It really was a period of just hanging on. Oh my God, this is such marginal life. Looking at my watch and thinking that minutes had passed, looking at it again and it being like 30 seconds had passed. It was like, it just seemed to drag on a really long time.
After 66 days alone, Steve's final lifeline is gone. His solar stills have reached the end of their working life.
The cloth on the bottom is rotted out. It's going to be totally useless. There's no way to repair it.
His only means of producing drinking water is now gone.
I just figured this really is it. You know, I have no hope anymore. It was ending.
Steve now only has 3 cans of emergency water left, and his body's toxic salt levels are pushing his sanity to the limits.
The physical part of me is going, hey, there's water over there, let's go snag that. But there was that overbearing rational part of me that was going, no, I don't care. Unless, you know, you are dying, you're not getting into that right yet. this is a view of heaven from a seat in hell.
Alone on the ocean for over 70 days, Steve's body and mind are now shutting down. His only hope is to reach land.
I expected to see the islands like days and days before now. I should be reaching the islands. I should be seeing some sign of reaching the islands.
But then Steve has a shocking realization. If he's miscalculated his position, currents will sweep him back into mid-ocean and certain doom.
Maybe I'm way north of the islands, next stop England, 8 months from now. So that was tough. I was very worried that I had screwed up and I wasn't going to make it. I just don't know anymore. Maybe I'm dead. I've never been dead before. Maybe this is what it's like, and this is what I deserve for my shabby life, and maybe I'm just gonna be floating around out here forever. I felt all the hopelessness of people who'd been adrift at sea before and never came back, and nobody ever knew what happened to them. And here I was amongst them, and I could kind of feel them all around me. It just was a horribly desperate feeling. It was over. I was just done. I had no more to give. All of a sudden, it was like all kinds of crates and bottles and plastic. To me, that was the first definitive sign that I was coming into changes. I'm gonna see something. The sun rose. It was like, pff, there's an island in front of me. I couldn't have been more than 10 miles out. To see the green of the island was like, it was intense.
But to his horror, Steve realizes that the island is an impregnable fortress of vertical cliffs and razor-sharp coral reefs.
Oh my God, I've come all this way, and there's no way I can make a landing.
After enduring so much for so long, Steve can't let salvation slip away from him at the final hurdle.
This voyage is ending today. No question about it. One way or the other, this is going to come to an end. That's great. Somebody's actually, I couldn't believe somebody was actually out there.
On the morning of his 76th day adrift, Steve is spotted by some local fishermen.
He said something to the effect of like, "What you doing out here, man?" You know, it's like, well, I'm not out here, you know, improving my suntan. My senses were like plugged into an electric circuit somehow. They were all amplified so that every color was like really, really vibrant and every smell was really, really intense. It just was like heart-wrenching. It was so beautiful to me.
Having endured 76 days in his tiny raft, Steve's leg muscles have atrophied and he weighs just 100 pounds. After 6 weeks in the hospital, Steve is reunited with the parents he thought he'd never see again. The small island of Marie-Galante, where he's found, is just 60 miles south of his original destination, Antigua.
There's nothing noble in me having survived. It's just what I did. I had too much unfinished business, and I think that kept me alive to a large degree.
When two best friends attempt the most challenging climb of their lives,
there's always that fear, you know, that something's going to happen, something's going to go wrong.
a violent storm hits the French Alps, turning adventure into a desperate fight for survival.
I've never experienced anything like it.
In the worst weather for almost a century, they're trapped for days on a narrow ridge, with no hope of rescue.
There was now no way either of us was getting off this mountain alive.
Isolated and ravaged by frostbite,
My hands were like pieces of frozen meat.
death is only hours away.
I just closed my eyes. That was the time I expected to die.
Obviously gonna win that.
Jamie Fisher and his best friend Jamie Andrew are on holiday with friends in the French Alps.
Right, loser. Shut up. You didn't honestly think you were gonna beat me, did you?
Since they first met at college 8 years ago, they've been inseparable, with a shared passion for mountaineering.
Jamie was much more outgoing and extreme than me, but I quickly realised that he was a kindred spirit. He had an equal enthusiasm and very raw passion for the mountains.
The holiday is supposed to be a lot of R&R, snowboarding, skiing, and hanging out.
What do you reckon, Jamie? Jamie?
But on the first day, Jamie Fisher gets the itch to go climbing.
Check it out, mate.
Their ski resort is at the foot of one of the greatest climbs in the French Alps, the north face of Les Trois.
Jamie, I know, but I'm supposed to be on holiday with my girlfriend.
You're not looking. It's the north face of Le Droit we're talking about, which we agreed we'd do, huh?
The north face of Les Trois is a treacherous climb. But it's exactly the kind of challenge Jamie Fisher relishes.
What do you reckon?
Jamie was really a true mountaineer. That was his big calling in life. He often seemed to think about nothing else.
So basically, we'll overnight at Le Grand Montet in order to get an early start in the morning. 3-hour brisk walk, we're at the foot of the face.
Okay.
Jamie Fisher is determined not to let this opportunity pass. But first, he has to persuade his best friend.
We got a week of this window. Perfect weather.
A week.
A week. There's no reason why we can't tick this off. You won't even know we're gone. We'll be back before you know it.
It would have been very nice to just spend the whole week on the slopes, skiing, snowboarding, having fun, just being with our friends. But both of us knew that we had something within us deeper that was driving us to do more.
You know, you're really going to get me into trouble one of these days, Jamie.
And? Cheers.
Cheers. Salut.
Le Droit.
Le droit.
Once the decision was made, Jamie and I were set. We were going.
The two Jamies take the cable car to the top station, 10,000 feet up the mountain. They'll spend the night there to get a head start in the morning.
I certainly was getting very nervous about it by now. Even with all the experience I had under my belt, you always get nervous before a big climb. And I always find I reach this stage in the night where I kind of wish that there's a big storm going to come in and I can call the whole thing off. I remember opening my eyes and seeing Jamie pacing about. He'd obviously not been able to sleep either, and he'd got up and was wandering about.
Come on, Sleeping Beauty. Time to go.
Just give me a minute, okay?
Come on, stop whinging. Get ready.
Okay, I'm up.
The next day, the two Jamies set off to begin their climb of Les Trois.
It was a long, hard trudge up the glacier. Jamie was much more up for it that morning, and I was feeling pretty ropey with the altitude and general nerves. And I could hear him singing to himself as he trudged through the snow.
Anyone ever told you you got a really lovely singing voice, Jamie?
Yeah, they told me I got a beautiful voice.
He could sometimes be frustrating, but, he was great company.
When they arrive at the foot of the vast ice face that leads to the summit, they get their first sighting of the awesome challenge ahead.
It is a 1,000-meter unbroken face of rock and ice. So it was pretty scary, but also, really got our adrenaline going, I think.
Got a coin?
Yeah. There you go.
Heads or tails?
Heads.
Tails! I'm on it.
And that moment when you're actually on the climb, it's as if all that nervous energy just disappears. It just dissolves into the sheer joy of the climbing itself.
In midwinter, the weather in the Alps can change in an instant. But today, the two men have ideal conditions for their climb.
How's it looking out there?
Great, mate! The ice is absolutely perfect!
Scaling Lake Wat is a 2-day climb. And as dusk falls on the first afternoon, the two friends find a ledge to rest up for the night.
You don't expect great luxury in these circumstances. You don't expect 3-star hotels, but we were pretty happy with that.
Your room will be ready in a sec, Mr. Andrews.
Oh, thank you very much.
You know, being able to get into our sleeping bags, to get lying down, to get hot drink, that was good enough for us.
Good day, huh?
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, we'll crack it for sure tomorrow.
Yeah.
And we were both feeling elated. We were bang on target at that stage. We were exactly halfway, which was what we'd hoped.
As dawn breaks, the two men set off on the final ascent to the summit. A sheer vertical ice face, one of the toughest climbs in the Alps.
There's no ledges on the face where you can take a break. And so it is very tiring on your calves, your calf muscles. Essentially, you're standing on your tippy toes all day. By about lunchtime on that second day, we were feeling pretty confident at that stage. We were feeling that, you know, we were going to reach the top within a few hours.
They make great progress. But 800 feet from the summit, conditions suddenly change.
I don't like the look of those clouds, mate!
We'd been perfectly clear the 1 minute. The next minute we looked up and there were these clouds rolling over the summit ridge of the mountain. We realised that this was a pretty serious storm that was coming in. It wasn't long before the snow started falling. It just became phenomenal. It very quickly became very, very heavy indeed.
In just a matter of minutes, the two climbers have been slammed by a vicious alpine blizzard.
But we weren't too worried at this stage. You don't expect to be able to climb a mountain face like that without encountering some bad weather.
But far from blowing over, the storm rapidly intensifies.
I've never experienced anything like it. It was just piling down onto our backs and rucksacks. You know, literally faster than we could shake it off. It was just incredible.
Then suddenly, the fresh snow triggers the thing climbers fear most. Mountain avalanches.
You just have to hold onto your ice axes as tightly as possible. Just close your eyes and hope for this avalanche to pass. It was horrendous climbing in those conditions. It was just really, really, really hard.
The two friends are now clinging to the side of the mountain, knowing every step could be their last.
It became a job of survival. great periods of time when we couldn't see each other. It was just impossible climbing in such horrendous conditions. So it was pretty tough.
They now face a life or death decision.
Jamie! Woo! This is something, huh?
Yeah, but what do we do?
Abandoning their climb would mean descending the 3,000 feet of treacherous ice below them.
To attempt to descend the very difficult and dangerous climbing that we'd done already in those conditions had been, almost suicidal.
No going down in this, mate! Head for the closest pass, near the summit!
Their only option is to keep on climbing through the blizzard.
If we could reach the summit ridge, we would be safe from the avalanches. We could dig ourselves in and then just wait for the storm to pass.
The two friends battle on, but it's desperately slow progress.
By the time it was starting to get dark, suddenly one of the bolts on my right ice axe started to work loose.
Jamie needs both of his axes. They're his only way of scaling the ice face. He has to carry on and pray the axe head won't come off.
We were really reduced to a snail's pace now. The climbing was so much more arduous and fatiguing and, of course, frightening.
In the raging blizzard, and with a broken ice axe, the two Jamies know that what began as an exciting adventure has turned into a potentially deadly climb.
I was beginning to think that we would never reach the top. It just seemed to be going on and on forever. But it was Jamie who suddenly let out this yell.
I'm bound somewhere!
And I knew from his tone that this was it. He'd made it. He was at the top. Suddenly, both there we were on the top, on the summit ridge. And that was great. That was fantastic.
At the summit, the two Jamies can finally rest and wait for the storm to subside. But the ridge is just a sliver of ice, 3 feet wide by 5 feet long, with sheer drops of over 1,000 feet on either side.
The place where we arrived was really a knife edge of snow and ice.
Jesus Christ, Jamie, we can't stay here!
It'll be fine! It's only for the night! The storm can't keep up!
We were completely exposed to the elements. There was no protection whatsoever from the snow and from the wind and from these massive drops to either side of us. So it was a pretty hair-raising place to have to spend the night.
They get into their bivvies, water and windproof bags used for emergency shelter. It's their only protection from the storm.
We'd eaten most of the food that we'd brought with us. We still had a couple of packets of biscuits and some chocolate bars. That's basically what we had left. Our more immediate concern was water. It was too precarious to light the stove, to melt snow for water.
They'll only survive a short time without water. Their hope is that the storm will pass.
Jamie and I had been on many mountaineering adventures together. But this was looking like being the most frightening to date.
All the two men can do is hunker down, knowing that one careless move will send them 1,000 feet to their deaths.
Now it was just a case of surviving the night and waiting for the storm to pass.
But as the night wears on, far from abating, the mountain blizzard intensifies.
It did start into our heads that we couldn't survive this indefinitely. And we started to think that maybe this storm's never going to pass.
By morning, there's still no let-up in the weather.
The storm, if anything, it only got worse. Because the snow is now accompanied by this powerful wind that was bringing with it, much lower temperatures and much more unpleasant conditions.
This isn't good! What do we do?
Stay put!
What?
Wait for the storm to die down! We can't go anywhere in this!
It didn't take us long to decide that it would be lethal trying to head off down the mountain in those conditions. The same physically demanding situation as yesterday, but with very much more dangerous avalanche risk. So we were effectively trapped.
Unable to move in the sub-zero conditions, their body temperatures are beginning to drop, and they desperately need food to keep them warm.
What have you got?
What?
Food! What food have you got?
We basically had nothing left in the rucksack except for a packet of dry biscuits. Have you ever tried eating dry biscuits without liquid? You just simply can't.
But it's too windy to light their stove and melt ice for water.
And you can't just eat the snow. If you try, you'd soon just chill yourself down completely. It just doesn't work. It's ironic, really, that we were completely surrounded by snow, and yet we had nothing to drink.
Hour after hour, the blizzard batters the two climbers, and they discuss what should be their next move.
I don't want to rescue!
Are you kidding me?
Think what our mates will say if we get rescued! I don't want a rescue!
You crazy? What are we going to say to the copter pilot, Jamie? Sorry, mate, we don't want to land.
I'll have to leave my gear! I'm not leaving my gear!
I remember Jamie saying, well, we can't be rescued. If they rescue us off the mountain, we'll have to leave our kit behind, and I can't afford to lose my kit.
Well, bloody hell, Jamie, most of it's my kit anyway.
That just demonstrates how stubborn I think he was. At this stage, more than anything else, we just wanted to be off the mountain, but we were still very hopeful that we'd get down without any issues the next morning.
Down in the valley, their friends know they're missing. But in these conditions, a rescue mission is far too dangerous.
The snow carried on falling and falling and falling. And the wind blew. When we realised that we were going to be spending another night there, that was a pretty grim prospect. We were just so uncomfortable, you can't move at all.
It's the two friends' second night in the freezing cold. They've had nothing to eat or drink for 24 hours. And on their narrow ridge, less than 3 feet wide, they can't even afford the comfort of sleep.
If we'd relaxed, we'd just have slipped off this ledge and fallen off the edge of the mountain. So you have to stay awake the whole time.
By the next morning, there's still no let-up in the storm.
Hour by hour, our physical condition was deteriorating. So that pretty soon we needed to get off this mountain. We needed to get moving.
We can't keep lying here!
So what do we do?
Sometime during the early morning, Jamie said, let's just go, let's give it a go, let's try and get down.
We should try and go down! It's better than freezing!
Well, we're safe here when the weather changes.
It might never clear! Come on! Let's get out of here!
We emerged from the sleeping bags for the first time in days out into the full teeth of the gale itself.
But the blizzard winds are fiercer than they realize.
When the snow just blowing into every crevice and in every corner, you can't do anything, you just can't. You can't function.
This is crazy! Let's go back in!
We very quickly realised that this was hopeless.
With escape from the ledge impossible, the two friends now realize they have no option but to wait and hope that the weather will turn before they freeze to death.
It did start into our heads that we couldn't survive this indefinitely. It was difficult not to just to slip into depression and desperation.
And just when it seems things can't get any worse,
Emergency!
What?
I was just slumbering in my sleeping bag when suddenly I heard this shout from the baby bag, and I thought something terrible had happened.
Is this an emergency?
Well, I suppose so, yeah!
All of a sudden, in the middle of the morning, he remembered that he had his extra emergency reserves of a bar of Kendal mint cake. This Kendal mint cake that his granny ceremoniously gave him each year to store in his rucksack. And before I knew it, he pulled this thing out with a flourish. It was just brilliant. It was just, you know, a real high point of the day.
You can't beat a bit of Kendal mint cake, huh? Good old granny!
the sugar rush of the mint cake helps lift their spirits. It's vital they keep themselves mentally as well as physically together if they're to pull through.
We never let ourselves be overrun by morbid thoughts. You know, we always try just to keep ourselves going, keep each other buoyed up.
Oh no!
What?
At one point, Jamie looked at his watch and cursed and pointed out that he'd missed his flight home.
I missed my plane home!
Are the tickets non-refundable?
We never let ourselves be overrun by morbid thoughts. But it was difficult sometimes just to keep your mood going. The human will for survival is very, very strong, and certainly was in both of us, so we were determined. You know, there's no way we were giving up. But with every hour that passed, I think, yeah, our optimism faded.
That night, The temperature at the summit reaches -10 Fahrenheit, with the wind chill making it closer to a freezing -22.
Our physical condition was really deteriorating, and Jamie in particular I knew was really getting quite cold now.
Are you awake?
What's wrong?
I'm really cold, mate. I think we should get in one bag.
It's Jamie Fisher's first sign of vulnerability since the climb began.
Check it out, mate. Nails. I'm on it.
I knew that Jamie wouldn't ask for that kind of help unless he really needed it.
Yeah, okay, yeah, good idea. Let's get to your bag, it's bigger, okay? Okay.
Jamie knows his best friend is desperate, and that he must get into his sleeping bag to keep him from freezing. But on the tiny ledge, every move is racked with danger.
Okay, I'm gonna get into your bivvy, all right?
So it was really awkward trying to wriggle into this tiny bag. Both of us were slipping about all over the place and losing perches. And then suddenly,
Jamie, I'm slipping! Jamie!
Jamie!
I was sliding, and I couldn't stop myself. I tried to reach out to grab something. You're just falling in the blackness of the night. And you know, my heart was in my mouth.
Jamie is saved by his climber's rope attached to his waist. But he's now left dangling above a 3,000-foot precipice.
Jamie!
Climb up!
Jesus Christ, help me, Jamie!
Calm down!
His friend can do nothing to help him.
You gotta climb the rope!
I can't do it!
You can! Keep calm! It's okay! You gotta climb up!
Jamie's only way out is to pull his own body weight back up the rope as the storm rages around him.
But the rope was cold and icy and really quite thin.
Exhausted from 3 days without food, water or sleep, every inch of the climb is torture. And halfway back up the rope,
And I remember plunging back down to where I'd started from.
Jamie!
I'm stuck, Jamie, I'm stuck!
Calm down! You just gotta climb the rope!
And so the next time, with a monumental effort, I pulled myself up this rope and landed myself with a great heave back onto the ledge. It was a big fright. But I guess I also realized that really all we had to do now was just stay where we were and survive. And eventually a rescue would be able to get us off there.
all they can do is try to keep each other warm in the -22-degree temperatures and pray that the storm passes.
We would spend the night just waiting for the first light of dawn, because it was only the dawn that could ever bring a hope.
But the next day, the blizzard just gets worse and worse.
As the morning came in and the storm carried on raging on, it became more and more depressing. The thought that this storm was never going to pass.
They've had nothing to drink or eat now for 72 hours. Both men are severely dehydrated. And in the Arctic conditions, Jamie Fisher is succumbing to the effects of hypothermia.
I know that we both must have had thoughts that maybe we wouldn't be making it down alive.
The two climbers are desperately weak from a lack of food and water. In order to survive, Jamie Andrew knows he can't let his friend lose hope.
Neither of us ever mentioned the possibility of not making it. We only talked about positive things.
Jamie, what's the first thing you're gonna do when you get down?
Oh no.
I'm gonna have a nice hot bath and a boat. I'm gonna have a huge pot of tea with about 20 sugars.
Sod the tea. I'm gonna have a lukewarm beer.
Good man. Good man.
The afternoon wears on. But just as it seems, they will have to spend yet another night in the blizzard.
It's starting to break. Jamie, the weather's starting to break.
I looked out, and there, for the first time in days, we could see the mountain peaks on the other side of the valley. We heard that unmistakable thud, 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 thud. And straight away, they saw us. That was just an incredible moment. We were rescued. We were down in the valley. We were having hot baths and hot meals, and all that went through our heads.
But as the helicopter attempts to hover directly overhead, it's pushed back by fierce mountain winds.
Where are they gone?
We realised what the difficulty was. It couldn't hover anywhere near us because of the massive updrafts that blew up the mountain face.
Time after time, the helicopter is forced back. Finally, the pilot manages to get within yards of the stricken men.
We could literally see his face. It was really being thrown about all over the place like a toy.
Close now, come on!
At any moment, it looked like it might be dashed against the rocks on the ridge either side of where we were trapped.
But at the last moment, the pilot loses his battle with the wind and is forced to abandon the rescue.
I can't describe how gutted we were to be left there on the mountain on our own. It just felt even more lonely being there, having seen other people for the first time in days, and then just be left abandoned to our fate on the mountain again.
Thousands of feet up a mountain, without food, water, or shelter. All hope of rescue is now gone. But the brief drop in the wind allows them to light the stove to melt ice for water.
It was Jamie who suggested it. I thought he was crazy trying to actually get the stove burning on this ledge between us. And that was just unbelievable. Just the first time in 3 days that would have been that any liquid had passed our lips. To have some hot, sweet tea was just incredible. And that probably saved our lives that night.
But the pleasure is short-lived. The end of the gas means no more water, and they are still severely dehydrated.
It was incredible that we'd survived so far, but we did begin to lose that battle for survival.
It's the worst storm in a century, and there is nowhere to escape the bitter 80-mile-an-hour winds.
But this new weather was way more severe, really. Very, very cold. That kind of wind chill, the human body just can't survive for very long at all.
As the night wears on, the temperature plummets to well below freezing.
The sleeping bags had become useless to us. The snow had got into them, made them damp, and then that damp freezes. So effectively, the sleeping bags had frozen. With every hour that passed, our optimism faded. During that night, we did begin to lose that battle for survival.
What hill are we on? What? Where are we?
Jamie was becoming more and more confused. He didn't seem to know where we were anymore.
Jamie Fisher is becoming delirious. Gripped by hypothermia, his organs are starting to shut down, and not enough blood is reaching his brain.
Come on, Jamie. You know where we are, Jamie. Tell me where we are. I don't know. I can't remember. Come on, Jamie. Come on, Jamie. Tell me where we are. Come on.
My only real memories of that day are just of desperation.
During the night, Jamie Fisher's sleeping bag has come loose. Knowing his friend needs every ounce of warmth, Jamie Andrew tries to zip it back up.
I just pulled it in, and then I realized suddenly that I couldn't move my fingers. In an instant, both hands had just frozen, solid.
His hands are frostbitten. His blood and tissue have turned to ice and are irreparably damaged.
And I remember just, in a futile kind of way, just knocking my two hands together and listening to them as they just went thunk, thunk, thunk. My hands were like pieces of frozen meat. As a mountaineer, one of your biggest fears is always going to be frostbite, because if your fingers freeze, you can't do anything for yourself. You're stuffed.
Jamie is completely paralyzed. He watches helplessly as his best friend, in the final stages of hypothermia, begins to lose his mind.
We gotta go. I gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. What are you doing? We gotta go. Jamie!
And Jamie really became quite delirious and was just sort of thrashing about all over the place.
Jamie, what are you doing? I gotta go! Jamie, stay here!
If it wasn't for the fact that he was tied to the mountain, he probably would have fallen off.
Jesus Christ, you're gonna push us off the edge! Jamie, you're gonna push us off the edge!
I desperately tried to bring him back, to remind him, you know, what mountain we were on, what we were doing there. I soon realised that this hypothermia was taking him. And there was nothing I could do to stop it.
After 5 days, battling to stay alive on the mountain, the two climbers are now just hours from death.
There was now no way either of us was getting off this mountain alive.
His hands and feet now solid blocks of ice. Jamie Andrew is helpless to do anything to save his best friend.
Once Jamie's core temperature had dropped, his brain was no longer getting the oxygen it needed. Eventually, that deliriousness gave way to unconsciousness, and ultimately he just stopped moving altogether. And when I saw that taking hold of him, I knew that this really, really was the end. That there was no hope now. And of course, having frozen hands myself, there was nothing I could do. In the end, it was Jamie who went first, and I had to witness that. But mercifully, it didn't take long. He obviously wasn't really aware of what was happening. He wasn't suffering. And I remember sitting there realizing that this was the end. That it was the end for Jamie. It was the end for me too, that there was now no way either of us was getting off this mountain alive. Sometime later, and I have no idea how much later, I opened my eyes again. And the first thing that I saw was rays of sunshine as they lit up all the mountain peaks all around me. Moments later, I heard that helicopter approach. This time I knew that somehow they were going to rescue me. Somehow they were going to get me out of there. I was spinning 1,000 meters above the glacier in space in what was literally one of the most spectacular and daring rescues in the history of the Alps. I knew that I'd made it. I'd been rescued and I was going to live.
But the rescue had come too late for Jamie Fisher. His body was taken down from the mountain shortly afterwards. Jamie Andrew underwent surgery to save his life. Surgeons amputated his dead, frostbitten limbs, which were poisoning his blood.
They were very dark days indeed, those first few days after the accident. But on the other hand, I knew that this was to be the low point in my life. And now I could get on with the job of putting my life back together again.
For Jamie Andrew, years of reconstructive surgery and rehabilitation followed. But the memories of those 5 days on the ridge are never far away.
I had survived. I was a lucky one. And so I started to make up my mind that I was going to take on this challenge that had been thrown in front of me, and I was just going to treat it like the next big mountain that I had to climb. And so that's really what I've done, just taking it one step at a time. I have rebuilt my life.
When a routine sightseeing flight crashes into the Colorado Rockies,
all of a sudden, you're about to die.
3 friends fight to stay alive.
I started thinking whether we were actually going to live through the night.
Unless one of them can hike out and find rescue,
I thought to myself, this is impossible.
they face certain death in this freezing mountain wilderness. At a small airport in New Mexico, Tommy Robbins has planned a surprise for his brother-in-law.
I figured it would be very nice to rent an airplane and tour the area from the air. I was really looking forward to the flight.
Larry Diamond and Tommy are on the last day of spending a week's vacation together. And Tommy hopes it will be the highlight of their trip.
Besides being my brother-in-law, Larry was my friend. He wasn't as outdoorsy as I am. He was more of an indoor person, a city person. Larry was very excited about going up and flying around in the small airplane.
Look at the lines on that.
It was like a perfect place to go plane sightseeing. So why not? I'm on vacation, let's do something interesting like that.
Hey, Justin. Hey, here you are, buddy.
Today, Tommy's good friend, Justin Kirkbride, will be piloting the plane.
This is our girl.
Looking good.
Yeah. Tommy asked me if I would take him up, and I said sure, no problem.
Looking good.
You guys all set? You bet. Let's go flying.
Both Justin and Tommy are qualified pilots, with experience of flying over the Colorado Rockies.
We were going to go up and basically do my standard sightseeing flight, and our expectation was to go up and be back for lunch and then head home.
Out in open country, the friends find flying is the perfect way to watch the local wildlife.
Larry was looking here, looking there, pointing. He was like a kid in a candy store.
It was gorgeous, and all positives and nothing but fun and Yahoo, yay.
An hour into the flight, the friends decide to head higher into the mountains. In front of them is a vast ridge of snow-capped peaks. But as Justin tries to pull up and over them,
I looked at the instruments. You have a feet per minute indicator, up or down. And we were doing almost 800 feet a minute down.
a strong downdraft is dragging them straight into the mountains.
If I didn't do anything, I mean, that's going to be a horrible crash. You got to start making decisions. So I tried to turn the plane. But the stall warning would beep. If you stall, then you fall out of the sky. What I needed to do was get us on the ground without killing anybody.
Justin's pilot training kicks in. He knows he has to stay calm.
At that point, it became about slowing the aircraft down to minimize the impact as much as possible.
Your adrenaline goes off like crazy.
All of a sudden, you're about to die.
Time slows down.
We hit the trees.
Big, horrible banging noises.
Miraculously, Justin is completely unscathed. But the three friends are far from out of trouble.
The first thing that I remember seeing was the fuel. It was just like, oh my God, that's fuel. That scared me.
One spark could turn the wreck into a giant fireball.
Larry! We gotta get out now, Larry! Fuel's everywhere, we gotta go!
I told Larry, you have to get out of the aircraft right now. And he told me that his leg hurt. I explained to him he has to get out now if he doesn't want to burn to death.
Finally got it together. I managed to go backward out of the plane.
The plane could blow at any second. But Tommy is unconscious. He's taken a serious blow to the head.
Wake up! Tommy, wake up, man, we gotta get out of here! Tommy! We got fuel everywhere, wake up, wake up!
I yelled at him and he didn't respond.
Tommy! Please!
I was very concerned that I'd killed one of my best friends.
Tommy, come on!
Justin has to haul Tommy's 220-pound dead weight out of the plane.
The first thing I remember is a horrible pain in my side, and I believe that is when Justin broke my ribs.
The three friends have to get away from the fuel-soaked wreck. But Larry can't walk.
As soon as I put any weight on the leg, I just I immediately fell over and screamed.
Larry, get up. Come on, stand up. Stand up. Atta boy, come on. Go.
When I got him to his feet, the pain in my side was excruciating. But I felt it was more important to get away from the gasoline than it was to worry about the pain.
The three men somehow managed to get far enough away and out of danger.
I looked at the plane. It was, wow, we could have all died. I thought, we're pretty lucky to walk out of that one.
Tommy and Larry are both seriously injured. As well as his broken ribs, Tommy has also taken a massive impact to his head. There's no way of telling if he has brain damage or internal bleeding.
The most life-threatening injury I had was the blow to the side of my head that had knocked me unconscious.
Larry's left foot took the full impact of the crash, leaving his lower leg and ankle badly broken.
It was useless, so I couldn't walk. There wasn't much that could be done for me. It had to be left alone.
Tommy and Larry both need emergency medical care before it's too late. But the men are stranded, miles from rescue, in an inhospitable mountain range. Justin is the only one uninjured. And as the pilot, he feels it's up to him to save them.
I definitely had a deep sense of responsibility to protect my friends and to get them the help that they needed. So we're in this situation. What do you do to make it better? I needed to do something. I was thinking about going back to the aircraft to make a radio call.
Now pilot Justin Kirkbride has to risk turning on the electrics if he's going to transmit an SOS call and save his two severely injured friends.
For me, my thought process was that I was probably going to burn to death. But I just decided that it was worth the risk. I truly believed that as soon as I turned the batteries on, that it was game over. I took a deep breath and nothing happened.
Mayday, mayday, mayday.
So I made my call.
November 3535 Echo. Cessna 172 due north of Durango in a canyon unknown.
But there's no response to his mayday call.
You know, I had no way of knowing if there was any signal that got out at all. And realistically, nobody knows where we are. My initial thought was that I need to get help here.
They're in the middle of a mountain wilderness. And there's no guarantee the rescue services even know they've crashed. Larry is completely immobile, and Tommy's massive hit to the head could develop into serious brain damage if he's not treated soon.
I just put in a mayday call. I don't know if it got out.
I definitely felt like I'd let them down.
I'm so sorry. It's all my fault.
I needed to do something to get them the help that they needed.
Look. It was an accident. It wasn't your fault.
He felt really badly about it. So he was going to do everything he could to get us off that mountain as quickly as possible.
Justin believes the only way of getting help is by hiking out into the icy wilderness, unprepared and totally alone. He knows he's risking frostbite and even hypothermia, but he can't stay here and watch his buddy slowly die.
Are you sure you're okay?
I'm fine. I think I can get help.
Justin remembers flying over the town of Durango 10 minutes before they crashed.
I can get to Durango.
I knew that it probably wasn't more than maybe 15 miles.
Look, you're gonna have to talk to Larry. Say something. Reassure him. All right?
Yeah, okay. Larry. Larry. Have you ever been in a helicopter? No. I'm gonna get you one, okay? Soon.
Justin faces an added challenge. He has to get there by nightfall. Temperatures in the Colorado Rockies can plummet to minus 30 degrees as darkness falls. All three men are only lightly dressed and could freeze to death by morning.
Dark to me was a definitive end, so I was more worried about getting help before dark than anything else.
But Justin is actually over 20 miles from Durango, in the middle of a vast, unforgiving wilderness. The rugged terrain and freezing conditions will test him to the absolute limit.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Go. Come on. Come on.
You know, walking in snow and, you know, no trails, it's not easy.
Justin has no map or compass, and only a vague sense of which direction he's heading.
I walked down to the end of the little gully that we were in.
And he's shocked by what lies ahead.
I didn't really recognize how far it was until I could look down the canyon. It looked like the canyon went on forever. I mean, it looked like a really long wait. This is impossible. Let's be real here.
Back at the plane wreck, Tom is concerned it's not just the mountains that could jeopardize Justin's chances of getting rescue soon.
After Justin walked off, I thought that I didn't keep him there quite long enough to see that he wasn't internally injured and he could easily walk down the hill 100 yards away and fall down and bleed out from an internal injury and never know.
Tommy is seriously worried about his friend. He knows Justin's body was pumping with adrenaline, which acts as a natural painkiller, and now its effects may have worn off.
Between the time of the crash and the time Justin left, again, that was not a long period of time. It was probably 25 minutes. So 25 minutes with adrenaline still pumping, it's hard to assess somebody's condition.
All Tommy and Larry can do is sit and wait, knowing that Justin's efforts to save them might be slowly killing him.
If Justin hadn't made it out, if he'd fallen and died on the trail or whatever, then we were not in good shape.
The task facing Justin is near impossible. He's completely unprepared for the freezing night that looms ahead. And between him and the nearest town are miles of mountains and waist-deep snow.
I knew that that probably wasn't doable before dark. But I would have to keep moving because otherwise I was probably going to freeze to death.
There are just 3 hours of daylight left, and Justin is already tiring. But if he doesn't find help soon, he and his friends are at serious risk from hypothermia.
I was maybe going, you know, 1.5 miles an hour, maybe, something like that. I wasn't going very fast.
But then, Justin spots a possible lifeline.
I could see a creek. For the most part, it was 6-8 inches deep, so it was easier for me to walk down the creek bed, and I could make better time than I could walking on the banks.
The water in the creek is freezing, and the longer Justin spends in this extreme cold, in wet, lightweight clothes, the more he risks hypothermia. But it's his only hope of getting help before nightfall.
to get into the creek was a very difficult decision to make. But I had to get them the help that they needed. And then once I got into the creek, I started running. I thought to myself, you know, if I hurt myself significantly, I wasn't gonna make it out. Nobody knew where I was, and especially now, I was a long ways from my friends and from the wreck. So you can't run. You sprain an ankle and you die.
It's just 2 hours to nightfall, and with no sign of their friend, Tommy and Larry have to prepare themselves for a battle with hypothermia.
As it was getting colder, that's when it really became scary.
Larry's left ankle and lower leg are badly broken. He's unable to move and so generate warmth. And with no guarantee Justin will make it out alive, Tommy knows he can't just sit and watch his brother-in-law die.
I would start thinking about planning ahead, seeing what can I possibly do to ensure that we're not going to die here in this spot, not freeze to death. It all depended on what I did, whether we lived the night or not.
What are you doing, Tommy? Try and work us a shelter.
Tommy took the lead because he had had survivalist type training. There was a great level of comfort knowing that the person that I was stuck with in this difficult situation probably was about the best person it could have been.
Tommy knows a shelter will protect them from the worst of the freezing temperatures and could just be enough to get them through the night. But to build it, he will have to risk making his injuries worse by trekking back and forth from the plane.
With broken ribs and head injury, I wasn't sure that I'd be physically able to expend that much energy.
Tommy's head injury plays havoc with his coordination. With every fall, he puts stress on his broken ribs, risking a life-threatening punctured lung.
The pain was horrible. With the broken ribs, it was just very, very painful, pushing back up, getting out of the snow, getting your balance again, and then trudging off again through the snow.
After more than 20 trips to the plane and back, Tommy can't go a step further.
I slid down inside the plane and just kind of miraculously landed in a spot where my ribs didn't hurt, and actually nothing hurt. And it was nice and warm, the sun was shining there. And I thought, wow, you know, I was just ready to close my eyes for a while.
Justin is still miles from the nearest town of Durango. The freezing water is starting to take its toll.
I would say that it was probably as much or more emotionally draining as it was physically draining. I mean, I was wet to, you know, probably mid-thigh, and I'd even fallen down a couple times, and so I was pretty wet.
Justin can't stay in the creek much longer. Every minute the temperature drops, his chances of getting hypothermia increase. With just 1 hour of daylight left, he has to find another way of getting help. He has a mobile phone with him, but in this mountain wilderness, he can't get a signal.
I made a conscious decision that I would walk for an hour and try the phone. Walk for an hour and try the phone. You could see a clearing 1/4 mile away, give or take, something like that, up the hill.
The higher ground might allow Justin to find an all-important signal. But to get there, he will have to use his last reserves of energy.
And when I got to the top, I actually had an actual bar. I made a call. It didn't work. I could hear them, but they couldn't hear me. I was really distraught over that because we're so close. That was the only time that I really thought somebody's gonna die.
Tommy and Larry are becoming weaker with every passing hour. But they've built a shelter that might buy them some extra time to be rescued.
After we got into our shelter, Larry was a little depressed because I think getting into the shelter pretty much signaled to him that we were going to be there for the night.
Their basic shelter offers them some protection, but it also brings home to Larry the seriousness of their situation.
And it became clear that it was going to be an overnight deal, and we didn't even know if anyone was going to come at all. I'm not moving anywhere. I got really scared. We just talked about it. He said, you gotta just keep it together each moment so that you can survive this thing. If you panic, if you freak out, you're not gonna make it.
Miles away, Justin Kirkbride is trying to use his mobile phone to alert the rescue services. But he just can't get a strong enough signal.
I ran up the hill, and then I called again.
Rich, hey, it's Justin Kirkbride. Listen, don't say a thing.
And this time they could hear me.
We went out. We had a crash. I put out a mayday call. I don't know if anyone's heard me. Oh.
Justin is told that an air patrol is already looking for them. The alarm was raised after they failed to return to the airfield.
Good. Okay, don't go. Stay with me, all right?
Using his phone, Justin is able to guide them to his position.
There wasn't a lot of time to think about, yippee! It was more,
here!
Let's go find Tommy and Larry. Because now we have the ability to find them and get them out of here tonight.
Tommy and Larry are unaware any kind of rescue operation has begun. As darkness falls, the temperature drops below freezing. They're over 9,000 feet up the side of a mountain, with leg and possible brain injuries.
Tommy, I can't feel my legs or my feet. I'm so cold.
Don't worry about it, Larry. You'll be fine.
Larry is not an outdoor sort of person, so everything that was thrust upon him that day was totally alien to anything he'd ever done.
Tommy's makeshift shelter offers some protection, but the icy cold still creeps in, and Larry is starting to succumb to the early stages of hypothermia.
He was getting cold, and so I told him, in order to stay warm, that he should let his body shiver because it generates more heat. I thought that it was really getting cold, and I was afraid that maybe we would freeze to death in the hole.
Justin is being picked up by the rescue services, as the freezing temperatures could kill the injured men before morning. A specialist Air Force helicopter with night vision headsets has been drafted in to allow the airborne surge to continue through the night.
They asked if I wanted to go in the helicopter, and if I could show them where I flew, maybe we could see the wreck.
There! Right there! We crashed about 2/3 of the way up that slope.
I hear the drone of the helicopter engines. And then I saw these lights coming up the valley.
Please. Where? Over here! Here! What's this? Try and catch the lights.
I was trying to reflect their searchlight.
And we're done here!
The searchlights would flash on the trees between us and the crashed airplane.
Hey! Hey! Over here! Help!
Occasionally, one would flash just straight across where we're staying.
Here! Hey! Here!
We were yelling and shouting like crazy. Yeah, we were waving our arms, yelling and shouting everything.
Hidden by the trees, Larry and Tommy remain invisible to the helicopter crew above.
I knew we should have found them by now. Why weren't they out running around waving their arms? Because if they're waving their arms, we can see them. Why can't we see them? I was certain that we were in the right canyon, but after enough times of not seeing what you're looking for, you begin to wonder.
The helicopter crew decides to search another part of the valley.
Why can't you see us? Because you've just gone over us, right over us, without any indication that you saw us. If you ever watch search patterns, once they decide an area is clear, well, they're not there, then they're gone.
Their only chance of rescue has disappeared into the darkness.
I did not feel good about life right then. I was extremely concerned.
Larry has been unable to move his broken lower leg and shattered ankle for over 14 hours.
I didn't know what was going on inside my leg at all. I mean, there's such a thing as gangrene. There could have been a lot of bad stuff going on. It's not good to be thinking about losing parts of your body.
But Tommy has even more serious concerns about the effect of the crash on Larry.
He was turning pale. He was a little disoriented. I thought he was on the verge of going into shock.
If Larry has sustained any serious internal injuries as well, then shock could start to shut down his body.
The longer I was there, the greater it seemed to me the risk or possibility of something worse coming of that. I was messed up.
is that? What is it?
I don't know. At one point during the night, we heard an animal crashing through the woods.
Whatever it is, it's nearby.
Are there bears in that area? Are there wolf? Are there anything else that might be dangerous?
I said to Larry, I hope that's not a bear smelling my blood trail.
There was so much blood everywhere from Tommy. The animals, particularly carnivores, they look for wounded. Something he might come looking for you that's hungry. I'd survived the crash and more worried about what was next.
There was that one little sharp jolt of unreality, thinking that a bear might cross my blood spoor and follow it to us. But it was momentary.
Tommy has a reality check. It becomes clear to him that the chances of a bear attack this time of year, when most are hibernating, are slim. But by now, Larry has worked himself into a frenzy.
I was purely frightened at that point. There's a feeling of you're pretty small and alone out there.
He was just a nervous wreck, you know, thinking about this bear creeping up on us and snatching him out of the hole.
If a bear had come, what would have happened? I'd have been dead.
Tommy knows he has to stop Larry from panicking. He's wasting energy he can't afford to lose.
I knew I had to figure out something to ease his mind.
Tommy struggles back to the plane one more time.
So I've searched around in there, and the most portable thing I could find that might work would be the fire extinguisher. So I took that with me back. I told him that if he saw a bear coming at us, that he should point it at its face and discharge the fire extinguisher.
Use it.
Almost immediately, when Larry had something that he could do, you know, that he could actively do to keep himself from being attacked by bears, he calmed down.
Soon, whatever creature was lurking in the forest disappears into the night. Justin Kirkbride and a helicopter crew have been searching for them without any luck. The chopper has exceeded its flying hours and has to return to base. Time is running out.
I've done everything except finish it. And ultimately, everything is important, but finishing is the most important. And I'm definitely distraught over the idea of leaving. I mean, we're so close, we can't stop.
Look, these are my friends out here. What if they were your friends? Just give me 20 more minutes. One pass.
Yeah, okay.
The two brothers-in-law are fighting hypothermia and constant pain to survive.
Oh, God damn it, this is really bad. I don't think I can make it through the night.
Just keep it together, Larry. We're gonna make it.
Tommy still has no way of knowing if his head injury is life-threatening. The crash impact may have left his brain badly bruised or bleeding internally.
I wasn't sure that I'd be awake all night. I could possibly go into a coma for no telling how long. And I was worried about letting Larry down, and because if I died, he would probably die too.
Tommy. Tommy. Wake up. The helicopter's come back. Wake up.
When they came back the second time, they were flying much slower. The lights were bright when they flashed the lights across us because they were much, much closer. The first time, they had come so close and yet not found us. And that's when I remembered that I had a camera in my pocket. So I got out of the hole, walked over into kind of a clearing. I had 5 flashes left. And so I took my camera out and aimed at the helicopters as they were flying along their route. I flashed it as they came by. First low, next a bit up, next straight across from us, next further behind us. But they didn't see us. I fired off the last of my flashes. The 5th flash. And the helicopter paused and started searching with the searchlight. And then they spotted the airplane.
It was fantastic. It was like hallelujah. It was the best present, the best thing that ever happened to me.
Justin has delivered on his promise to get his friends help.
I knew that we'd found them. I've done everything I could possibly do. And so, yeah, I was definitely relieved and happy.
The helicopter crew search for a clearing from which to pick up the 2 injured and exhausted men.
And all of a sudden, the helicopter bumped a couple times, like some turbulence. And I thought, wow, that was weird. And we just spun around and bam, into the side of the mountain.
It's the second time Justin Kirkbride has been in an air crash in 24 hours. As the night drags on, Tommy and Larry start to wonder what has happened to their friend.
We're sort of like, well, where'd the helicopter go? Why did it go away and where did it go?
What started as a routine sightseeing trip has turned into a fight for survival. As it gets to the coldest part of the night, the battle with constant pain and injury has left them with no fight left.
I started thinking about loved ones and my dogs and, you know, whether we were actually going to live through the night. I was tired, I was aching. I was just ready to close my eyes.
You can't. If you give up, you're done. And I started to have those thoughts. That's a real low. That was the lowest point for me. At that point, pretty soon thereafter, I started regularly yelling.
Hello!
I wanted to hear someone's voice.
Hello! 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 Hey!
All of a sudden, I heard someone yelling back, and someone answered. And that is a wonderful, wonderful sound. That is the best sound ever.
After nearly 19 hours fighting to survive, Tommy and Larry's ordeal is over.
I felt like I could, just let myself go and, surrender to the pains because I no longer really had to do anything. I was done with my night in the woods.
So I knew that we were going to make it at that point. We're basically saved. It was just the best thing ever.
Larry and Tommy are saved by a ground-based rescue team working independently from the helicopter crew. The team was dispatched from Durango the minute the plane had been reported missing. The rescuers were guided by the coordinates Justin had given them and followed his tracks in the snow. Under a mile away, Justin and the helicopter crew had survived their crash. The helicopter's main rotor had hit a tree, and it had fallen 70 feet to the ground. But all 8 passengers made it out completely unscathed. Larry and Tommy were airlifted to the hospital in Durango. They were reunited with Justin later that day. None of the 3 friends had any lasting injuries from the crash.
Any time that you crash an airplane out of the sky and walk away from it, there is some amount of luck involved.
A lot of that luck broke because of the common sense decisions that were made by those 2 guys. I would not be here if it weren't for them, no question.
It wouldn't have taken much for me to have killed Tommy and Larry. I could have been telling this story without a smile on my face, I guarantee it, without a lot of changes.
When 25-year-old Linda Scavana gets lost in the Grand Canyon, her dream holiday turns into a living nightmare.
I was starting to panic, and I wasn't thinking real clearly. It was very, very scary.
For over 20 days, she must battle hunger, dehydration, and the extremes of the mighty Grand Canyon in a desperate bid to stay alive.
I remember thinking, if I could maybe just die in my sleep, that would be the most peaceful way to go.
"25-year-old Linda Scavana is preparing to set off on an epic solo driving trip.
I had 3 weeks vacation from work. It was definitely an escape, just a time to get away from the stresses of everyday life.
A student nurse from Pittsburgh, Linda is heading off across the length of America. A trip that she hopes will satisfy her sense of adventure.
I was kind of a rebel at times. have my own idea about things. You know, when you're young and 25, the world doesn't seem so dangerous. I just wanted to see America. My plan was to drive 6 to 8 hours a day and then find a campground, pitch a tent, and sleep, and then set out early the next morning.
And to keep her company on the trip, she's brought her best friend, pet dog Coco Jin.
It was the first pet that I had ever had as a puppy. We were very, very attached. Definitely my child, my baby.
Linda spends 2 weeks traveling over 2,000 miles across the country. But before she heads home, she wants to make the trip extra special with a final hike into the mighty Grand Canyon.
It was one of the places that I wanted to visit because it's one of the natural wonders of the world.
The Grand Canyon is known as an epic tourist destination, but it's also a popular place for hiking.
Come on.
Before she heads off into the canyon, Linda stops off at a local store to buy postcards and let her family know that she's fine.
On one of the postcards, I saw a set of waterfalls, and I thought, oh, you know, I'd like to see those. But I wasn't sure where you leave and what kind of a hike it was.
Do you know if there are any organized tours to the waterfalls?
No organized tours as such. If you drive up to the hilltop campsite, you can make your way down to the Supai village, and the falls are right down there.
Okay, that's great. Thanks.
So I wrote my postcards up, and I recall sending one off to my brother and sister-in-law.
To get to the waterfalls, Linda and Coco Jin must first drive to a staging post at the beginning of the hike.
I didn't know that it would take me as long as it did because it was, I think, maybe about 35 miles. But it was all dirt road, so it took me a couple of hours to get through that and to finally get to the hilltop.
By the time they get there, it's already lunchtime. It's late in the day to be setting off on a hike. But undeterred, Linda heads off into the valley.
Yes, I was overwhelmed by the size and the enormity of it. It made me feel small.
It's 8 miles to the waterfalls near the Supai Indian village, where Linda plans to spend the night, then head back to her car in the morning. The heat makes hiking slow, and after a few miles, the trail becomes hard to follow. By mid-afternoon, Linda is still miles from the Supai village.
I heard sound behind me, and when I looked around, I saw that it was a mule train. And I think I had read something to the effect that that's how all the food and how their mail is transported. down into this Indian reservation. The dog started barking, and I was concerned because I knew that, this was the Indians' territory, and I didn't want to cause any problems, so we held up, and I let them ride on by.
But as the afternoon draws on, the trail appears endless.
As I kept walking, I noticed that the sun was starting to go down.
With the light beginning to fade, Linda knows she has to get to the Indian village before nightfall. And as she reaches the end of the trail,
there was a sign.
You can make your way down to the Supai village, and the falls are right down there.
But the sign was not well marked. I didn't know whether or not to make a right or a left.
one way leads towards the waterfalls and the safety of the Indian village. The other out into the vast wilderness of the Grand Canyon.
For some reason, I made a right-hand turn.
Thinking she's heading towards the village, Linda heads off with Coco. But after yet another hour of walking, there's still no sign of life.
At that point, I was beginning to feel that I should probably be close by.
Coco!
With night approaching, Linda knows that it's too late to go back to the junction and try the left-hand turn. She has no option but to keep going. If she doesn't make it to the Indian village before dark, she'll be stranded in the middle of nowhere.
In the canyon, nighttime comes very quickly because of the walls. It would be pitch black down there, and I wouldn't be able to see. As I kept hiking and the sun was going down, that became a major concern.
Linda's backpack weighs over 20 pounds and is slowing her down.
I knew I could make better time without it because it was beginning to feel very heavy on my back.
Ditching the backpack will mean leaving behind her sleeping bag, food, and only supply of water.
I would have nothing except, the clothes that I had on my back and a few items that I had in my purse.
With no experience of being out in the wild, Linda makes a terrible decision.
I thought I could always come back for it the following morning.
Coco!
My priority at that point in time was just to make it to the Indian reservation, make it somewhere safe before dark.
Hello!
But as night falls, Linda and Coco are just tiny specks in the vast canyon floor.
Is anybody there?
Yeah, I was totally alarmed with getting dark and not being where I needed to be. That was my realization that I wasn't on the right trail.
And with the light fading, Linda has no chance of retracing her steps to her backpack.
You start thinking about the worst sort of things that can happen.
Help!
And just kind of overcome by fear.
Is anybody there? Help me! Help!
The first night was devastating. It was very, very scary. You just can't see, other than the stars that are out. There's no artificial lighting of any kind.
As the temperature on the canyon floor plummets, Linda is totally unprotected against the cold.
In my backpack, I had my sleeping bag, and I had all my food supply and my water.
In the pitch black night, it's impossible for Linda to find her backpack.
So without that, I really had nothing to protect me from the elements and nothing to sustain me.
Her only source of comfort is her best friend, her pet dog, Coco Gin.
Coco Gin just stayed by me. I was thankful to have him because we could cuddle up with one another, and he would offer some warmth. I cried off and on, I think, the entire night, just out of fear and not knowing what was going to happen to me. The next morning when the sun came up, because I had wandered around, I wasn't really sure where I was. I wasn't oriented.
During the night, Linda wandered off the trail and has now lost her bearings in the maze of the Grand Canyon Valley. She's completely stranded in 2,000 square miles of barren wilderness. Linda has no option but to keep looking for a trail that will lead her to her backpack and out of the canyon to safety. But nothing looks familiar.
As I would follow trails, they would just lead nowhere. It's very difficult to see any kind of distance because there's all these little side canyons and walls, and you're like a rat in a maze. I kept hoping that I would see someone, which I never did, or that I would see a low-flying plane, but nothing.
After hours of walking, all she can see is the relentless monotony of the canyon wilderness.
I did a lot of hollering and screaming, just hoping that someone would hear, especially, in those canyons, because noise can carry.
By mid-afternoon, the temperature in the canyon rises to over 100 degrees. And neither Linda nor Coco Gin have had a drop to drink in nearly 24 hours.
I remember getting very, very hot. I was thirsty and I had nothing to eat or drink. My mouth was just terribly, terribly dry.
In these conditions, human beings need around 2 gallons of water a day.
My nurse's training told me that I needed to have water, that there was no way I was going to be able to survive without water. I knew I could live without food, but the water was going to be essential because it's so hot during the day down there. And I guess real fear set in at that point.
Coco. Come on.
If I had been completely alone without the dog, I think I would have fallen apart.
Tired? Pretty tired right now.
I would talk to him. I'm sorry I got you into this, Coco. But we'll find our way out, trying to keep positive.
But by early evening, Linda realizes she and Coco Gin are still completely lost within the vast wilderness.
I knew I was going to be down there another night. I think it was on that second night a little harder than the first night, because by that time I realized that there was something terribly wrong. I don't think that I was as hopeful in regards to finding my way out. I think I was leaning more towards the fact that maybe someone was going to have to find me. Day 3, I knew it was Monday, and I said, well, you know, I survived the weekend down here, but I still knew I had to find water.
Every year, around 4 people die of dehydration in the canyon. In this heat, Linda will be lucky to survive another day without water.
My nose and my mouth and my skin was just very, very dry.
Linda is desperate to find a water source. But in the dry and arid Grand Canyon, they are few and far between. But late on the 3rd day, she sees her first glimpse of hope.
In front of me, I could see that it was dripping. It was almost like, is it real? I wasn't certain if it was truly there. So I walked up all the way, and sure enough, it was moist, and the dog started lapping up water.
Linda has found a lifeline, a tiny desert spring.
I looked up to see where the water was coming from, and it was like 15 feet above my head, just coming out of rocks.
But the water is trickling down agonizingly slowly.
I was then thinking, well, how am I going to be able to gather up this water? And so I looked through my purse. I did have this little plastic eyeglass case. It was one of the few items that was in my purse that was of any worth to me. I thought, well, if I could get that set up in between the small rocks, then after a period of time I would be able to collect enough to get a cup that I could actually drink. It probably took an hour or so to maybe get like a cup of water. When your mouth is just so dry and you can barely talk, and then to have the moisture of the water and just knowing that that was going to possibly save my life, just sheer joy.
The drips supplied just enough water to allow Linda to regain her strength.
I knew that it was going to be important for me to stay there to kind of like regroup and recover a little bit, because my feet were swollen and I had blisters on them, and I was just exhausted.
Finding the tiny water supply has given Linda hope. But the next day, she looks in her diary and makes a devastating discovery.
I was due back on the 13th of August, so I knew I had at least another 10 days, a week and a half, before anyone would actually realize that I was missing.
In her last postcard home, Linda told her family she was well and having a great time. No one knows she's missing. If she's to have any chance of survival, the independent spirit that brought her here alone is going to have to get her out. Now able to collect a few mouthfuls of water, Linda decides to hike away from the spring in search of a trail out of the canyon.
My new plan was to drink as much water as I could before I would set off that day, so I would be hydrated, and then follow a trail and see where it would possibly lead to. As long as I can retrace my steps and get back to my water supply, because I knew that that was paramount.
For 5 days, Linda searches north, south, east, and west of her base. But each day ends in crushing disappointment.
I might feel up in the morning with big plans to follow a trail and hope that that would lead me out, only to be devastated that it didn't lead anywhere, and I wasn't going to get out that day.
Linda is trapped in the endless maze of the canyon, and she starts to believe she will never escape.
I was just totally depressed.
Throughout the ordeal, only her mental strength has kept her going. She has survived 12 days without food and very little water, and now her body is beginning to wither away.
It's not like the hunger you go through, like if you've missed a meal or a couple meals, where you get that gnawing sensation in your stomach. That had come and gone.
Having used up all of its fat reserves, her body is now eating itself away.
I knew that I was losing weight just the way that my clothes were hanging on me. And I had a belt that I would have to adjust every couple of days so my pants would stay up. So I knew that the lack of food was taking a toll on my body.
Without food, her meager water supply and the companionship of Coco Gin are the only things keeping her alive.
Coco, no!
But when Coco knocks over 2 hours worth of carefully collected water, it's too much for Linda to bear.
Stupid dog!
I was annoyed, and I hollered at him, and he knew I was angry with him.
Frightened by her outburst, Coco disappears into the canyon.
I kind of felt guilty.
Coco!
Terrified at the prospect of being left alone without her best friend, Linda is desperate to find Coco Gin.
Coco!
But Coco Gin is nowhere to be seen. It gradually dawns on Linda that she might never see him again.
I thought maybe once I got back there that night, he'd be waiting there for me.
Coco!
And almost as if I had driven him away.
Coco!
And by mid-afternoon, it's clear he's gone for good.
I was devastated. My one and only companion that I had down there. I was completely alone.
After 11 freezing nights out in the wilderness, a violent storm blows into the canyon.
I built a shelter for myself in between two rocks that came out of the sand, and then I took some of the shrubbery around and built a little roof on top.
But the makeshift shelter does little to keep off the torrential rain and provides no defense against the predators lurking in the undergrowth.
As I was trying to fall asleep, I heard some rustling. I became alert and threw a handful of sand in the direction that I thought I heard the sound. And then I heard a hissing sound.
Fearful of deadly rattlesnakes hiding in the bush, Linda is forced to abandon the shelter.
It was one of the toughest nights. There was thunder and lightning and a lot of rain, and it was very frightening down there because I didn't have any shelter. I was out in the open. It was definitely cold, and definitely that was a concern, the hypothermia.
Alone, miles from civilization, Linda knows she must find the mental strength to survive.
I started to think of ways to occupy my mind, and I said a rosary, and then I started to sing songs, just something to keep me occupied, to get me through that night.
Linda has been making daily hikes away from her base to try to find a way out of the canyon. But she can only venture an hour from her water supply before thirst drives her back.
I was trying to go under some of the rock hangings in order to keep cool. It was underneath one of those rock hangings that I noticed the bottle.
The bottle is a glimmer of hope.
This was something portable that I could carry water in and go out and hike even further away from my main water source.
Linda knows that finding the bottle might just save her life. If she can fill it with water, she can travel further than ever before and maybe find a way out of her ordeal.
It was a process of hours to, get the plastic eyeglass case filled with water and transfer it into the vodka bottle.
For the first time in 13 days, Linda sees a chance of escape. With the bottle full of water, Linda leaves the camp with no intention of returning. This time, she plans to just keep on going as far as she can.
I was in a positive mood that day because I was feeling bound and determined that I was going to get out. The realization hit me that I wasn't going to just lie down and give up. I was just 25 years of age, and I had so much life to live yet. I had so much more that I wanted to experience. To give up was just, it wasn't an option at that point. My will to live was greater.
But after 2 whole days of wandering, she's still trapped on the floor of the valley, unable to see above the sheer rock faces.
I thought that if I could climb up higher on some rocks, that I could get a better view and perhaps see where I needed to go.
Climbing the rocks is dangerous, but it's her only chance of being able to see a possible way out.
I risked falling and, breaking an ankle or something like that. I didn't realize how weak I was because of the lack of food. My coordination wasn't as good as it normally would have been. I was looking for handholds and footholds. Plus, I had this purse hanging off me with the water bottle in it, so I was trying to be careful of that, too.
In an instant, Linda's vital water supply is gone. Now she has nothing to sustain her in the searing heat of the Grand Canyon.
I was quite upset with myself, and then thinking that, well, now what do you have? You're away from your water source, and now you've dropped the only bottle of water that you had, and kind of back to square one again. Even though I had lost the bottle of water, I was still determined to get up to the top of this rock so that I could get a better view.
But when Linda finally reaches the top of the plateau, she realizes her efforts have been in vain.
I couldn't get much better view than I really had when I was on the canyon floor. The area is just vast, just all these little side canyons, and really nothing suggesting any kind of civilization, and just numerous rock formations. Not any kind of landmarks that you could pick out.
For the first time in days, Linda discovers she's not alone in the canyon.
Seeing those wild horses, I thought, well, if there's animals down here, where are they getting their water? The other hopeful thing was that if there's horses, then maybe there would be men that were hurting them or whatever.
In the barren landscape, this sign of life gives Linda renewed faith.
I mean, you start thinking strangely, perhaps I could even get a hold of one and ride it on out of the canyon. But I realized that was probably very unrealistic because you could only get so close to them and then they would run off. So I couldn't get probably within maybe 50 feet of them, if even that.
Once more, Linda is alone. But following the horses has led her to a welcome sight.
I noticed pools of water, and I remember looking at it and seeing little insects or whatever swimming around in it, and I thought, well, I don't really have any other choice except to drink it because that's the only way I'm going to survive. The water was kind of bitter, but it was wet, and I knew it would get me through another day.
As night falls, Linda drifts in and out of consciousness and is haunted by nightmares and fear.
I had started having dreams of animals coming and eating out my eyes.
Now seriously malnourished, Linda is starting to fantasize about an end to her hunger.
I began thinking about food quite a bit. And so I would kind of just sit there on a rock, you know, and think about dinner menus, writing those out in my journal. Spare ribs and potatoes au gratin, tossed salad, and cauliflower with hollandaise sauce. So kind of vicariously, I was eating through my menus that I would write. I was sitting there resting, and I decided that I was gonna brush my hair. For what purpose, I wasn't sure.
Almost 3 weeks after getting lost, Linda finally hears the sound she's been yearning for.
I can hear the wings going around, and I knew it was close.
Back in Pittsburgh, when Linda fails to arrive at work, her family finally realizes she's missing, and prompted by the postcard she sent them, they've triggered an aerial search of the canyon. It seems her ordeal is finally over. But Linda is impossible to see from the air.
It was devastating that they didn't see me, but I could figure out why.
Linda realizes that if she can't be seen from the air in the vast canyon, the chances are she'll never be found. Linda's brother and sister-in-law have now joined the search. But when they arrive at the campsite that Linda began her hike from, they're greeted with a sight that fills them with foreboding.
That's her car, right? Yeah.
Linda's car has been broken into, but is still exactly where she left it almost 3 weeks ago.
We were told that there was virtually no chance that Linda would be alive if she were lost in the canyons. There wasn't much chance we could even find her body. We were on a gruesome kind of mission. The scary part was that all the canyons look the same, and they're not marked by anything except for an occasional old wooden sign.
They arrive at the same sign where Linda mistakenly turned right and out into the wilderness.
Which way do you think?
I don't know. Will Canyon? This way. Maybe.
Linda's brother and sister-in-law turn left towards the Supai village and away from where Linda remains stranded in the canyon.
I was afraid for Linda. The chance of survival after being lost in a place like that just seemed so remote.
Mentally and physically exhausted and dangerously dehydrated, Linda finally gives up all hope of ever getting out alive. Now, death is her only way out.
My priority was to find a place where I could just fall asleep and then hopefully die in my sleep. I thought, this is probably going to be it. I remember lying down and thinking, if I could maybe just die in my sleep, that would be the most peaceful way to go. I thought, you know, if I don't make it out of here, my parents will never really know what happened. My mother had lost a brother, her baby brother. And, you know, here's a woman that had gone through a lot of trauma in her younger years. And to me, that was kind of devastating to think that they would be going through that.
After 19 days, battling to stay alive, Linda finally gives up.
I heard voices, and it was almost like, is it a figment of my imagination or is it for real?
Four Native Americans from the local village had noticed footprints in an area where tourists don't venture, and using traditional tracking methods, have managed to locate Linda in the vast canyon.
You could tell by the looks on their faces that they were kind of amazed to find me alive. It was just joyous.
And waiting for her in the nearby Indian village are her brother and sister-in-law.
She looked wonderful and she looked horrible. She was skeletal looking and she was the color of bricks from the canyon soil.
It was just very emotional. It was the best feeling in the world.
The three of us just grabbed each other and put our heads together and just howled, really. You know, the tears just flowed.
But then, for Linda, the best surprise of all. The locals have also found Coco Gin, wandering lost amidst the canyon.
That was a happy reunion, too. Yeah, I was very happy. There was a lot of things that I didn't do correctly. a lot of things, and I, to this day, can't figure out why. With all the big mistakes that I made, you know, how I was able to survive.
Despite her ordeal, Linda made a full recovery and went on to get married and raise a family.
I just didn't think it was my time to go. And that stayed with me, and just the persistence and the will, the strong will to survive.
When a solo rafter plunges into the Colorado River.
I remember looking down at the water and going, uh-oh, we're in big trouble now.
His search to find solitude turns into a battle for survival.
If I let my guard down, I'm not going to make it.
Alone in a remote part of the Grand Canyon, it's a desperate fight against hunger and freezing winter temperatures. But how long can he survive?
I was really going to die right then and there.
David Whittlesey is about to head off on an epic journey down the Colorado River.
As early as I can remember, I was off in a little boat rowing around on water. I've discovered that I really, really enjoyed that kind of activity and the beauty and the solitude of the great outdoors.
Well, it looks like I'm going to be the only one on the river. We might as well pull up over there and start unloading.
David has been on a waiting list for a permit for 2 years. But when another raft trip is suddenly cancelled, it opens up the window he's been waiting so long for.
I was living a life of a bachelor and had no particular personal ties that would inhibit me from doing a trip like this.
But while David craves the solitude, the permit has also come in winter, a time when few others dare to take on the river. And this will be his first ever solo journey.
I didn't really intend to do a solo trip per se, but I didn't want to not take advantage of the fact that I had a river permit. It was an opportunity for me to use some of my skills in terms of building my rafting frame and figuring out how to package my particular boat. I would guess it weighed close to 2,000 pounds with all the gear I had on it.
Despite David's careful preparation, he's still apprehensive about going it alone.
I do remember when I first shoved off from Lee's Ferry, I really was quite nervous at the time. My primary trepidation had to do with the fact that I was going to be by myself entirely. As far as cell phones, you might as well forget those. They don't even work in the Grand Canyon.
With no means of communication if he gets into trouble, David's only backup is for his friend to raise the alarm should he fail to return as planned.
My parting words were,
Hey, if I'm not at Pierce Ferry when you get there, call for help, because it means something went wrong.
David's journey down the Colorado River takes him through the remotest part of the canyon, hundreds of miles from civilization. The journey of nearly 300 miles goes without a hitch, and he soon forgets his earlier apprehension.
I navigated almost the whole trip. Basically, all I had to do was continue on and successfully arrive at my destination.
The trip has tested all of David's rafting skills. And he's had the desolate beauty of the Grand Canyon all to himself.
There is no place quite like the Grand Canyon. You're a mile below the normal surface that we walk around on, and there's rocks exposed that are millions of years old. I mean, the beauty of it is just, it's very difficult to put into words.
As one of the few people willing to brave the freezing winter conditions, he's found the extreme solitude he was looking for.
The silence is unbelievable. I just find it, you know, the solitude down there is just entire, complete. You're on a 280-mile voyage that is totally isolated from the rest of the world as we know it. Once you're there, you're on your own.
David also knows his epic solo journey into the wilderness will be a life-changing one.
Almost everybody that goes down there comes back with a different outlook on at least one aspect of their life.
David has just 3 days left of his month-long trip through the canyon.
At that point, I'd done 100 and some rapids successfully without flipping or finding myself thrown out of the boat.
But now, he must face the one part of the trip he's been dreading. The most dangerous rapids on the entire river. Lava Falls.
You can hear lava falls long before you get to it. The tension kind of builds the closer you get to it and the noisier it gets. The general practice is that you get out and you scout the rapid before you go through it so you can sort of pick out where the major obstacles are.
Every set of rapids on the river has been rated for difficulty.
In the Grand Canyon, they have a rating system based on 1 to 10.
Lava Falls is a 10.
It's the true measure of a boatman. Even though I'd navigated all these previous rapids without use of my wetsuit, I was scared enough of the potential calamitous nature of lava falls that I put my wetsuit on. Above the rapid, there's typically a pool, so the water's really, really slow. And then all of a sudden, your velocity increases dramatically. The sense of acceleration can be disorienting in and of itself. Lava Falls has an actual waterfall, a 14-foot drop. I was terrified. It is readily avoidable if you know what you're doing and pick the right course.
But David is now completely out of control.
I can remember very vividly my boat turning vertical and nosing straight down the falls. I was slammed forward into my ice chest. The boat, for reasons which I still cannot figure out today, bounced back upwards, even though my boat by then was entirely filled with water. It was upright and I was still in it and we were still floating. I was thrilled. I figured I was home free. I remember thinking, you're done, you've made it. You've successfully navigated all 100 and some rapids in the Grand Canyon, and you're only 50 miles or so away from the end of the trip, and it's basically all flat water.
With lava falls behind him, David removes his life jacket and wetsuit. But he's forgotten there are still several rapids ahead.
My first recollection that I was in any danger was when I found myself floating directly into these rocks. They're sharp pointed and they look like teeth in a dog's mouth. And I was sideways to the current at the time. I knew that was something I really did not want to allow to happen. I did take a powerful stroke with my upstream oar in an attempt to pivot the boat around the rocks. I can't believe this is actually happening. I first thought that my boat will be fine and then it'll pivot itself around and float off of this thing.
But the current has pinned the raft tightly against the rock.
And before I know it, the boat shot up in the air. I was just totally stunned. How can the river be that powerful to shoot this 2,000-pound raft up in the air? I remember, looking down at the water and going, uh-oh, we're in big trouble now. I came up underneath the boat. My head was out of water and I was breathing.
The water is barely 40 degrees, and David knows he must get out fast or he'll freeze to death.
I was concerned that I would become entangled in the raft. I'm wet and I'm cold and I'm with an upside-down raft.
With his raft now useless, he has no way out of the canyon. His only option is to turn it back upright. But with the raft weighing 2,000 pounds, that's going to take all his ingenuity.
I wasn't going to be able to just get underneath the raft and push it up and over. I realized that the only way of righting the raft was going to be to use a pulley rope configuration.
But to rig the pulley, he's going to have to go under his raft to retrieve the equipment. Into the sub-zero waters of the river.
It's dark under there, you can't see anything. I'm basically working by, blind feel. I have a picture in my head where things ought to be, which doesn't mean that they are because everything's topsy-turvy and turned upside down. And I have to force myself to get in and out of the river to get this stuff. I needed pulleys and carabiners and webbing and rock climbing anchors.
With each trip under the raft, David's core body temperature plummets, and he must battle the extreme effects of hypothermia.
We don't often have experiences of prolonged cold. And that's what I was dealing with. Your blood thickens when it's cold, so, there's less oxygen being provided to your muscles, there's less oxygen being provided to your brain. You don't think as clearly or as sharply. And I was aware of that process occurring to me.
It takes David more than an hour to rescue the necessary gear. By the time he's done, he can barely move. But now he must figure out how to rig the complex pulley system.
I was very cold, and my thinking processes had slowed down, but the time it actually took was considerable.
David knows that if he can't haul the 2,000-pound raft upright, he'll be stranded.
I didn't even get it close to upright. One of the anchors let loose, came zinging by my head.
All of David's efforts have been in vain. His only option now is to find a way to lighten the load.
I could look downriver and see that there was a sort of sandy alcove a little bit downstream that I figured if I could get the boat over to, then I would have a large enough area to unload the rest of the gear.
But it's impossible to drag the boat along the steep shoreline. Cold and desperate, David decides to take a massive gamble.
Realizing that I was not going to be able to wade along the shore and pull the boat down with me to this alcove, I got on the boat. I remember standing up on this upside-down raft with one oar, trying to navigate downriver to get to this sandy alcove, sort of like a Venetian gondolier with his one oar navigating the canals.
But the river is so powerful, it's impossible to steer.
I tend to turn more than the raft when I try and turn the oar.
Swept past the safety of the alcove, he's now hurtling towards the next set of rapids, with no way of navigating his way through it.
There's literally nothing to hang on to. There are no handholds, no toe holds, nothing.
Desperately fighting for breath in the icy river, David's got to hold on to his raft or risk drowning.
I managed to grab the lifeline around the boat.
But the powerful current drags him and the raft into huge underwater rocks.
It floated up onto the rocks and dragged me over the rocks with the boat.
David is faced with a desperate decision. If he keeps hold of his boat, he'll be smashed into the rocks. If he lets go, he'll lose everything.
My thinking was, if I don't get out of this river, it's going to kill you. So there I am, standing up on this outcropping, watching my boat float away and calling after it, hoping it would come back to me like I was calling after a dog.
Come on!
I was frightened. I kept hoping that by some bizarre circumstance it would eddy out someplace where I would be able to get to it. And once it disappeared from view, I just go, you know, good God, what am I into now? I realized I was in a pretty serious predicament. There's not even a spot to sit comfortably, much less do anything else. I started, seriously considering what my options were. Do you want to try and hike out of the canyon? Just what are your options?
Trapped at the bottom of steep cliffs, David can see no option but to try to scale the sheer rock wall to safety. It's painfully slow progress. After an hour, he's still only 30 feet above the river.
I'm traversing these rock faces using my toes on little cracks in the rock and using as much caution as I possibly could conceive of due to the fact that I was alone and, you know, any falls would be catastrophic.
But the higher he climbs, the more unstable the rock face becomes.
This dislodged rock decided to roll down onto my foot. It resulted in breaking a couple of toes as this rock landed on my foot. There wasn't anything I could do about it at the time.
Climbing upwards is agony, but the cliff face is too steep to descend. So he has no option but to keep going.
I grab onto a rock. I'm using it as a handhold to work my way around sort of an outcropping, and the rock comes off in my hand. And then I sort of teetered there for a few seconds, minutes, hours, days, lifetimes, who knows. I lost my balance and fell over completely backwards, sliding head first on my back across this rock face, thinking, you're dead, this is it. My life jacket caught on something. It flipped me completely over in a backward somersault. I hit my chin on something hard enough to break 4 teeth, knocked myself entirely unconscious. I found myself in the Colorado River coming up out of the water, spitting teeth out of my mouth. I could see another sandy spot further downstream from me. I'd say a half a mile down from where I was. I knew that just getting myself into this alcove that I could see was going to be a challenge. And I'm probably a good 30 feet above the river, and lo and behold, right in front of my face is a can of beer.
The beer can is the first sign of life he's seen in over 20 days. But he quickly realizes it must have been washed up in floods years earlier.
This beer has been there long enough that the label is just about entirely faded off of it.
Having lost all of his supplies, David knows it could provide a valuable source of energy. David slowly picks his way across the rocks, and 2 hours later, finally reaches the small isolated cove.
By the time I had actually gotten down to the sandy alcove, I'd pretty much dried out and warmed up just from exertion.
Only now does David realize the enormity of his situation. His quest for solitude brought him to the heart of the Grand Canyon. But it's now left him utterly alone, in winter, when he's unlikely to see anyone for months. surrounded by mountains at the edge of the river. He's completely stranded. He's lost everything. He has no food, shelter, or warm clothing. And David knows he now faces a freezing night ahead.
I was getting down into the 40s at night. I was aware that the most immediate threat to my health and sanity was going to be hypothermia.
With no way to call for help, and all his tools and equipment lost, David knows he must rely on himself and his ingenuity if he's to stay alive.
I seriously got into survival mode. I'm trying to figure out ways to keep myself warm and protected from the elements. I managed to dig a body-sized pit in the sand, and I found a fairly good-sized log that I could put on the upwind side of my little pit to block the wind out. I spent the rest of the afternoon gathering up a gigantic mound of dried grasses. And I lined my little pit in that and built myself a nest, not unlike a bird's nest, basically. I did happen to have a propane lighter in my pocket, and I did manage to get, a fire going as the sun went down.
But with temperatures now dropping to well below freezing, the fire is his only way to stave off hypothermia. If he falls asleep and it goes out, he'll die. And David's trip isn't due to end for another few days, the earliest that anyone will even know he's missing.
I've got, 2.5, maybe 3 days, as long as I can keep myself from becoming so hypothermic that my body shuts down. I might drift off into a semi-conscious state, but I was definitely never into a full, relaxed sleep.
David survives the night, but by morning, he can hardly move.
I was very cold, and my thinking processes had slowed down. My movement and physical activity had slowed down.
But even during the day, the temperature is barely above freezing, because in winter, little sunshine reaches the canyon floor.
I had 2 hours of direct sunlight during the day, and I would follow the sun around and stay in it as much as I possibly could, just for the warmth and the comfort.
Despite his difficulty walking, David has to prepare for another freezing night ahead.
I would have to gather driftwood for the upcoming night so that I would have wood to burn. I didn't burn it during the day. I didn't have enough wood to just, have an unlimited fire.
David's second night, exposed to the elements, is colder than ever, and he fears the fire alone will not keep him warm enough to survive.
I couldn't think of, what else can I do to keep myself warm? And then spontaneously, it occurred to me, well, heat rocks, which would contain warmth for at least a period of time. And and then bury them in the sand beneath my little pit, it would create a little thermalized nest for me to hang out in. You're doing everything you can to keep it going, and you just want to hope for the best outcome. But there's a better than normal chance that, you know, you're not going to get out of this.
David manages to survive a second night. But it's now almost 3 days since he last ate any solid food, and he's getting weaker.
I was starting to get pretty hungry. Your stomach starts to get sore, and there's actually a physical pain to it. I could go down to the river and I could actually see fish right there at the edge of the shoreline. I tried to devise various different methods of, you know, grabbing them or killing them. I found a stick and tried spearing them. With absolutely no success whatsoever.
Without food, David's body has no calories to burn to generate warmth, putting him at even greater risk of hypothermia. He needs to keep moving, but fatigue finally overwhelms him.
I woke up and was startled that I had fallen asleep and was concerned and frightened by that. Well, geez, if I let my guard down, I'm not gonna make it.
As he faces his third night out in the canyon, the desire to sleep is overwhelming.
It's only me and the moon and the rock formation and the river, and you may be able to see it again tomorrow, and you may not. I really was feeling, really dejected and wondering why I ended up in this situation to begin with.
David is clinging to the hope that by now his friend will have raised the alarm, and tomorrow rescue will arrive. After 4 days fighting to stay alive, it seems a search party has finally come looking for him.
I jumped up and down and waved my arms.
Help! Hey!
You're looking at this plane, and you can clearly see it.
Hey!
I'm wearing a bright red life vest.
Here!
It's just inconceivable that they can't see you.
Hey! Here!
But as the plane banks away, David realizes he's invisible from the air.
Hey!
Come back!
His only hope of rescue
Come back!
has gone. As he prepares for a fourth night, David knows he's in desperate trouble.
I was getting to be pretty depressed. And I realized that, something had not happened the way it was supposed to.
If I'm not at Pierce Ferry when you get there, call for help, because it means something went wrong.
David is unaware that his friend has assumed he's just extended his trip. No one is even out looking for him.
I was aware of the fact that I was in a dire predicament, and the longer it went on, the more frightening it became.
With no hope of rescue, David is at the mercy of the hostile canyon and totally alone. For 4 days, David has clung to the hope that his friend will raise the alarm. But he now realizes that no one is looking for him.
The mental battle was probably harder than the physical battle, keeping myself from allowing myself to believe that I was really going to die right then and there.
David is determined to dig deep.
I'm laying there doing nothing, and you can't just sit here and do nothing. You got to try something. I wasn't going to give up and say to hell with it.
But by now, his physical condition has deteriorated so far, he can barely stand.
My feet by then were just totally trashed, and it was very difficult for me to walk anywhere at all.
Despite the pain, he decides his only hope is to make himself more visible from the air by building a large distress signal. But that means shifting hundreds of rocks from the water's edge.
All of the rocks were down in this drainage, so I'd have to, go down there and grab up 1 or 2 rocks or whatever I felt that I could carry, and then drag them back up on this hillside.
It's an agonizingly slow and painful process.
I built a rock X that was probably 10 feet long, each arm of it. So, that's a lot of trips up and down, a lot of rocks to carry.
It's late afternoon by the time he's done, and he's utterly exhausted. It's 3 days since he last ate anything. He's now so weak, he's desperate for energy.
As every barfly knows, there's a sandwich worth of calories in every can of beer. I definitely advise against drinking 8-year-old beer. Definitely not one of the tastiest beverages I've ever imbibed.
Despite his exhaustion and hunger, he can't afford to rest. The temperature is dropping fast, and he's running out of firewood.
I started gathering the stuff that was closest to where I was, and then every day I'd get a little bit further away, so I'd have to spend more time gathering it up and getting it there. Obviously, you're becoming weaker and weaker all the time, and it becomes more difficult to do the things that you did the day before. As I was doing that, there's this little tiny lizard. It was probably, maybe 4 inches long, kind of scooted out across a rock. For some amazing reason, I was able to be quick enough to actually swat it. I kind of broke it in half and swallowed it down. I was hungry enough by that point in time, too, that I would eat anything. I was feeling that since I have no idea how long I'm going to have to do this, any nutrition I can get whatsoever is going to be better than none. You served a good cause.
David's ingenuity and determination have helped him survive for 6 days, injured and alone in the Grand Canyon. He expected to be rescued days ago. But now the hostile winter conditions have taken a terrible toll on his body, and he's beginning to lose his mind.
I had all kinds of wild fantasies occurring, The world had been devastated by nuclear explosions, and I was probably the only human left on the planet. Particular incidents or scenes out of my past history would come to the surface of my consciousness.
Hey!
I remember pretty vividly thinking about and remembering events that I had shared with various different friends and so forth, and thinking about them and being sad that, I might not see them again.
Now too weak to gather wood or maintain his fire, David's core body temperature is dropping rapidly. He's losing his battle with hypothermia. David Whittlesey came to the Grand Canyon to experience peace and solitude. But stranded and at the mercy of the elements, he faces freezing to death, alone.
By Saturday morning, I was pretty down. I was, really depressed. I wrote a farewell note to my family and friends and carved it into a little piece of driftwood. I marked down the number of days that I thought I'd survive there. It was important to me to let my friends and family know that I was thinking of them and that my death had been accidental.
After 7 days fighting to stay alive, David has nothing left. All he can do is lie down and wait for death.
I had done everything that I could think of to ensure that I would survive, and it seemed like, you know, nobody cared. My first inkling that something was happening was the noise of the helicopter. Fairly rapidly increased in volume and noise. When the helicopter came around the corner, I was stood up and I was waving my arms and jumping up and down and crying and laughing. And I mean, there was a great sense of relief. And you know, I've never experienced so many emotions all at one time as I did right then. I was laughing because I was so happy to have survived the whole ordeal, and I was crying because I was so grateful for having survived the whole ordeal. It really was an upwelling of emotions that was totally beyond my normal range of experience.
Having discovered David's capsized raft 20 miles downstream, the park authorities had launched a search and rescue mission.
They were amazed to find me still alive. They told me that they were sure they were looking for a body. The pilot had a sandwich that his wife had made for him. It was probably one of the best sandwiches I've ever had in my life.
"7 days after his accident, David was finally airlifted to safety. He went on to make a full recovery and is still passionate about rafting.
I never did believe it was my time to die. I do believe that you can enhance your chances of surviving by believing that you are going to survive. My life has changed significantly because of this incident. In some deep spiritual sense, that I have a more positive outlook, and I also think I have a better grasp on what it means to be alive.
When a family's boat smashes onto a reef in the remote South Pacific Ocean, the sailing trip of a lifetime turns into a living hell.
I feel like I'm in a scene from Titanic.
Seriously injured and hopelessly trapped, a father can only watch as his wife and children battle for their lives.
They were going to die one by one after me, and there was absolutely nothing I could do to stop it.
Now, the fate of an entire family lies in the hands of their 16-year-old son.
Sorry, Dad.
I got it!
grab these?
Sure.
The Silverwood family, from San Diego, California, is on a round-the-world sailing trip.
These. Hey, Amelia, honey, will you come here and grab this?
For Dad, John, the voyage is the fulfillment of a lifelong dream.
John had always talked to me about going and doing this sailing thing. You know, he said, oh, let's just go buy this boat and go, you know, put the kids on board and go sailing around the world.
There's a lot of different reasons why we went on this voyage. Probably most important to me was that my kids experienced firsthand at a young and an impressionable enough age just the absolute freedom of being out on the ocean.
Hey, Ben, you want to give your mom a hand?
Okay.
The family has already sailed 20,000 miles.
You all set?
They're now on the last leg of their journey, leaving the South Pacific island of Raiatea and heading for Australia, 3,500 miles away.
Australia, we were going to sell the boat and go back home and put the kids back to school and go back to work.
Okay, guys, come on, let's go.
The family has spent the last 21 months on John's pride and joy, an 80-foot catamaran, the Emerald Jane, bought from his 20 years of hard work in the construction industry.
Emerald Jane, she was just incredible. A great combination, you know, beauty, power, seaworthiness, strength. Her mast, 80 feet tall. I loved every inch of her.
For John's 3 youngest children, Camille and Amelia, and their brother Jack, the trip has been an unforgettable experience. The Emerald Jane has become their family home, as well as their very own school at sea.
We had all the accoutrements of life that we would need, including probably 300 pounds of school books.
But not everyone on board has enjoyed the trip.
Ben. What? You want to come over here, take over? I have to.
John's teenage son, Ben, has found it hard going.
I wanted to go home really badly because I just missed all my friends. And I was still in contact with a lot of my friends via email. So I tell them about stuff, and I really missed them.
6 months ago, Ben discovered that his dad had extended their trip.
When I found out about that, I was pretty angry. I kicked down the door, punched a hole in the wall, and basically threw a pretty sizable fit.
But today, any grumbles have been left behind. They're out on the ocean and heading home.
Amelia and Camille are both playing out on the deck. Jean's busy reading a book. They're at sea, and maybe a little bit grudgingly, but they're happy.
Hello. Is everybody hungry?
The Silverwood family while away a lazy afternoon at sea.
No, he did. Was it?
There's a clanking sound up at the mast. Something that had never happened to us before.
You see anything? Shackle. Where? It's loose.
And the boom was now smashing into the mast repeatedly. And we wrestled with that problem for probably 2 hours.
But John and Ben can't fix the sail.
Yeah, I think we leave it for the night, Ben.
I say, look, we'll fix this thing in daylight. We have to drop the mainsail down. And we continue on like that.
As dusk falls, John sets the boat's navigation system to avoid one of the many tiny islands that dot the Pacific Ocean. And the Emerald Jane heads into the sunset.
It's glorious. It's glorious. I'm just like at one with the universe.
You guys all set for dinner?
Yeah, Mom.
Yeah?
Below deck, the family relaxes, while Ben keeps watch in the cockpit.
1 more minute, and that's it. Okay?
John takes a rest, and the 3 younger children get ready for their evening meal. It's another night at sea, just like the hundreds they've spent together during their voyage.
I start to hear this scraping sound. It's very light. And I just think in my head, well, maybe it's a floating coconut palm or something we've just hit.
Go back to your picture, honey. It's great.
There's this sharp bang sound.
Then it starts to get louder and louder.
I run into the salon. Like chalk on a board on steroids, man. It's just ripping our ears apart. And my son's voice coming from the cockpit, one word. Reef! Reef! He's screaming, Reef.
We looked at each other in horror.
And in that same second, I hear this big boom.
I just got thrown like a 5-10 feet.
The Emerald Jane has smashed into a submerged coral reef. John slams the boat's engines into reverse. The boat grinds to a halt on the reef. But their ordeal has only just begun.
This giant wave hits the boat.
The ocean has punched its way through the hull of the boat.
The water just comes shooting through, exploding. I feel like I'm in the scene from Titanic. I just looked at John's eyes, and you can tell he's scared. He's really, really frightened. He doesn't know what to do, and I don't know what to do.
The whole dream of my life was all disintegrating right in front of my eyes. And they're screaming, I don't want to die, I don't want to die.
In just a matter of seconds, the Silverwood's idyllic sailing trip has turned into a living hell. The Emerald Jane is being ground into a reef in the middle of the Pacific Ocean and is being battered by violent waves.
I know that we're in a world, just a world of hurt.
Seawater is engulfing the vessel, and the cabin is slowly flooding.
Mayday, mayday, mayday. This is the sailing vessel Emerald Jane. We're at latitude and longitude. I can hear French voices, just like static in the universe. But I can't get through.
The boat's satellite phone should work anywhere on Earth. It's a direct line to call for rescue.
And my hands are shaking so hard. I drop the phone, so the phone just dies.
John now activates the boat's rescue beacon. It's their last resort, transmitting an emergency distress signal to international rescue services.
And I see that little red light blinking, and I think, is that signal actually really going way up into space? And is there anybody to hear it?
Our radio wasn't working, our satellite phone didn't work anymore. We didn't know if the emergency beacon was working. We had almost no way of communicating with anybody that we were there.
With the Emerald Jane being smashed on the reef, John believes they must abandon ship.
And I look at Ben and I tell him, Ben, we've got to launch the life raft. We pull the line that inflates this life raft. You never think that you're going to do it. But in the next second, you absolutely want to hear the sound of that compressed air filling that life raft.
But just as Ben and John are about to launch the life raft,
all the lights on board Emerald Jane, every single light goes out.
seawater has flooded the boat's batteries and cut the electricity supply.
You couldn't see anything in any direction. There was no lights. I look out, it's just pitch black. I knew we were pretty much screwed right there.
Just as it seems things can get no worse, yet another ocean swell crashes over the reef and unleashes its full fury on the stricken boat.
One of these big waves breaks directly over the middle of the boat. I'm flat on my back. And I look down and what I see is just impossible. That mast, that 80-foot mast is laying right across my legs.
The huge force of the wave has snapped the Emerald Jane's mast.
This huge surge of electric pain just barrages it explodes in my brain.
I heard my dad scream.
The falling mast has also hit Ben, striking him on the head.
My head was just pounding, like, my ears were ringing and I could feel like, you know when you can feel your heartbeat in your head?
And the next thing I know, there's Ben's face, you know? He's got blood coming down both sides of his face, and he's looking down at me. And I pull myself up and doing a sit-up. I'm confronted with these two white bones, the remains of my lower leg, and they're shattered.
You can see the bones sticking out like toothpicks almost out of the side.
The mast has almost completely severed John's leg below the knee.
And beneath that, there's just this pool of blood that's spreading on the deck.
Ben tries to free his father from under the 2,500-pound mast.
This thing is 80 feet long. It's impossible.
And I couldn't, like, just pull it out.
He's losing huge amounts of blood from his shattered leg. And Ben knows that unless he can find a way to stem the flow, his dad has only minutes to live.
He's in a huge amount of trouble.
Dad!
I said, Ben, my leg's broken. I'm trapped. You're in charge of the boat now. You've got to take care of the family. I watched his eyes. I could watch his expression and how it changed. Becoming a man. I could see that come over his face. And he just looks at me and he says,
Dad!
Dad, I'm gonna get you out of here.
I really didn't think about what the actual burden was on me or the responsibility. My reaction was just to keep doing stuff.
Ben knows his dad is losing massive amounts of blood, and he has no time to spare. He has to stem the flow, or his dad will die.
Within minutes, there's my son.
It's gonna hurt!
And he's got an idea. He takes that line and he wraps it around my thigh. And he's got these big screwdrivers.
I wrapped it around as many times as I possibly could and then linked it together.
Ben's tourniquet cuts the circulation to his dad's leg.
Without that effort, I probably would have died within 10 minutes.
Below deck, the cabin is flooding fast. Jean has to get the kids out and leads them up into the cockpit. Now the only safe haven on the boat. It's only now that she sees for the first time her husband's terrible condition.
He's in horrible, horrible pain. I said, I'm gonna go down below and get the first aid kit.
No, Mom!
The medical kit could help save his father's life. But Ben knows that if he lets his mum go below deck, she'll be walking into a death trap.
She was kind of just pleading with me. She could go get the medicine. It'll only be a second. She knows exactly where it is. I told her it's just stupid to go down there because you get, if not killed, hurt really badly. My mom's 5'5", I'm 6'1", so I was able just to hold her back.
As he was forcing me to stay there, this massive, massive wave came over the boat. Blew out the front windows that surrounded the main salon where I was going. I would have been killed instantly if I was there. So he saved my life.
With John pinned down beneath the immovable mast, the Silverwood family can do nothing but hunker down and pray for the waves to subside. But there's just no let-up.
I just remember those waves, the sound of those waves. You could just hear the roar get bigger and bigger. And closer, until finally a wave would strike.
John has now been trapped under the mast for 2 excruciating hours.
The night just continued to drag on. It seemed like an eternity. I'm fighting with all I've got against this pain.
The temperature is plummeting, and he's battling the onset of hypothermia.
I'm shaking, I'm shivering. My teeth are beginning to chatter uncontrollably.
He's hemorrhaged more than 50% of his blood and can withstand little more.
I recognize that my ability to act, to do anything to save myself, were slipping from my grasp. I was solely focused on causing my body to make the sound of my own breathing and causing my body to make the sound of my heart beating. And mentally, I'm one with my heartbeat. But there's this sensation that's just growing larger and larger and larger. Like a shot, I realize what it is. I'm going to die. I'm stuck underneath here, I'm bleeding to death, and I have to accept that. This torment, it just didn't seem like it was going to have any end. The pain is indescribable.
John can withstand little more. And Ben and Jean make one last desperate attempt to free him from under the mast.
That mast weighs over 2,500 pounds.
I was pulling with all my might.
In my son's mind, certainly, he knew it was impossible, but they just had to try.
The mast is just too heavy to lift.
It's impossible. There's just no escape. Out of that whole horrible abyss that I was lost in, there just came this single word, and that word was no. I wasn't going to quit. I was going to fight. I was not going to give up. Out of nowhere, a huge wave slams into Emerald Jane. I see the mast, it's being lifted higher than ever before. In that same second, I pushed as hard as I could. And then the mast slapped back down on the deck and I was free.
But 3 hours under the mast have left John in a terrible condition.
It made my stomach turn just to see his leg just hanging by, I mean, literally a piece of skin.
I fell into an abyss of despair, like a free fall. I knew that I'd taken my wife and my kids out to this godforsaken reef. This whole thing was my idea. that after I passed, they were going to die one by one after me, and there was absolutely nothing I could do to stop it. It was beyond horror. We enter a phase there. It's just pure survival. You just have to hold on and you have to survive.
We just prayed. We didn't know what to do.
The emergency beacon has been transmitting for over 5 hours. But they have no idea whether their call for help is being heard. Then, just after midnight,
Mom! Mom, see that?
We looked out off the stern of the boat and we started seeing this light.
See that? Get the flare gun.
The light starts getting bigger and bigger. And we thought, oh, wow, it's a ship, we're gonna get rescued.
And I took the last flare we had and I shot it up in the sky.
And then all of a sudden we realized it's not a ship coming. It's actually the moon that's coming up. And it was such a great disappointment for us because, you know, when you think you're going to be rescued and actually now you're still in the same position you were in, what are we going to do next?
As the night wears on, the family cling to the wreckage of the boat as the waves relentlessly batter them.
The boat was breaking up. The waves were just breaking with such intensity. Every time I would look, there would be a new part of the boat that would not be there.
That was a terrifying part because once the waves struck, you didn't know exactly what was going to happen to the boat next.
Ben is the only guy on the boat that understands that since we had 60% of the boat and now we've got 50% of the boat, pretty soon we're going to have 40%, and everybody on board the boat is going to die if they don't abandon ship.
Ben knows the only possible way of getting his family off the boat is in the life raft, but nothing is safe from the endless waves.
The life raft fell over and flipped over.
The life raft is trapped in a tangle of wreckage. The family of 6 is now stranded on a sinking boat in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, with no means of escape.
In the moment that you think it can't get any worse, it can't get any bigger, it can't get any darker, it does.
Sorry, Dad.
The boat was just breaking up so badly. We were pretty much the last usable, safe spot of that boat. That's when I realized there was no way we could stay there. The risk was just too great. I decided that we had to leave the boat.
7 hours after they crashed, the tide around them begins to ebb, exposing a tiny outcrop of rock about 100 feet away. It's a possible escape route.
Come on! We gotta get out this boat! You see that?
But his dad is so badly injured, even the smallest journey is impossible.
I know that there is no way to get me off of the boat to the reef alive. I would not survive that trip.
It's down to you now, son.
It's a terrible decision for a 16-year-old to make. But Ben knows he has no option. He must leave his dying father behind on the sinking boat in order to save the rest of his family.
Ben is on his knees and he's crying, asking me to forgive him.
Sorry, Dad.
Because he sees a parting of the ways between myself and him.
Sorry, Dad.
When you're basically telling him goodbye, it was pretty tough to tell him that you don't ever really think your dad's gonna die. 12 hours ago, he was Dad, you know, just running around doing stuff on the boat. So it was very difficult.
I understand completely what's going on. I was not concerned about myself. If there was no way to get me in, well, that was that.
Now, as head of the family, Ben is faced with getting the 3 young children off the boat and across the reef to the tiny outcrop of dry rock.
As soon as the wave broke and started to recede, that's when I jumped off the boat. The reef is so sharp, the little coral spikes would go right through my sandals. I had coral cutting my feet every time I took a step.
They're cutting up their legs every which way.
We have the waves breaking on our legs, and our legs are getting absolutely cut up. At that point, I gave my brother the little emergency beacon.
Hold this, keep tight, yeah.
I told him, Jack, do not let go of this. This is our only way anyone can possibly find us.
You've got to get off the boat now, too. You've got to get off the boat.
Alone on the boat, John is now in the final stages of life. And he begins to give up.
There was no possibility of saving me out there. And I don't have any hopes whatsoever of being rescued. This little piece of boat that I'm on is going to just slide off the edge of the reef, and I'm going to sink a mile down to the bottom of the ocean.
But the thought of watching John die alone on the boat haunts Ben and his mum.
If we don't get him off the boat, he doesn't have a chance. He doesn't have a chance. I have to get him off the boat.
Ben decides to head back to the boat.
Mom, go to the life raft. I'm gonna go to Dad.
But the life raft is hopelessly tangled in a web of rope. Jean pulls at the life raft for over an hour.
Every bit of my mind, every bit of muscle I have, I'm grunting, I'm practically drowning out there. After about 40 minutes, I was completely exhausted. I couldn't do it.
Jean launches into a frenzy, a crazed frenzy, trying to push this raft out.
But just as it seems it will never be freed,
the life raft just comes popping out.
She just yelled at me like, I got it, I got it. We have the waves breaking on our legs and pushing us into the boat, and our legs are getting just absolutely cut up. I had to use all my strength to just lift his upper body and slide that in.
And the pain was intense. It was just a series of explosions, you know? I remember the tears that were just streamed down the side of my eyes. And my teeth are just grit. My son was the ray of hope, the ray of light, the steady hand.
My worries were the life raft would pop some point on the reef, like before we were able to get him to safety.
Every one of those steps, there's just these explosions of pain. It's just pure agony, you know? With that kind of pain, it takes maybe an hour to even begin to leave you. That peak of pain.
finally, the whole family is off the boat. But it's been 10 hours since they crashed and set off their emergency beacon. and John is close to death.
I knew my dad didn't have very long to live. I knew he wasn't going to last like till the next day.
It's been 12 hours since the Silverwoods activated their emergency distress signal. But there's been no sign of rescue. Clinging to a tiny outcrop of rock, the family has all but given up hope. And inside the life raft, John is barely conscious, on the edge of death.
I'm surrounded by darkness. I don't have any connection with reality. I would pray, I'd ask God, in return for my own suffering, in return for my own passing, would you please save the life of my wife? Save the life of my kids.
Ben has done everything he can to save his dad. He can do no more. He's now resigned to his father's death.
As the sun came up, I could see this little star flying on the horizon. So I thought it could be a plane.
Help! Help!
I was ecstatic, like someone knew we were there.
And it gets right over us and it starts circling, just circles around and around and around.
But no sooner has the plane flown over them than it disappears over the horizon.
I could see the glimmer from the star kind of just diminished.
Our hearts sank because we realized, you know, we're not going to get rescued.
Two more hours pass, and there's no sign of the plane returning.
Time was definitely running out for my dad. We need like a medic or a doctor here now. I see this boat on the horizon.
The family's emergency beacon had led the plane to the reef. But unable to land, the crew alerted local fishermen on a nearby island. "15 hours after their boat was shipwrecked, their ordeal is finally over.
That was when I finally let go. I just grabbed Ben and I held him and I cried. I can't even tell you the feeling of elation.
I was just relieved, like I just dropped a huge bag or something.
We're actually going to get out of this situation. John's gonna make it.
The fishermen take the family to a nearby island, where they're evacuated by a medical rescue team and flown to Tahiti. After 8 hours of surgery, John's life was saved. But he lost his left leg below the knee.
How was it to lose a leg? I honestly can tell you, it bothered me not. When I regained consciousness, everything was new to me. Everything was spectacular to me.
I'm so proud of my children. I thought Ben was a 16-year-old immature boy, and he turned into a man in an instant.
Well, a lot of people use the word like hero and stuff like that about me. It doesn't really seem right. I just did all that stuff just because it needed to be done.
I see my wife and I see my kids through an entirely different lens. And I understand exactly how magnificent that they really are.